Welcome to our latest Maker Retrospective. Today we're going to look at a very well-known designer of contraptions and puzzles and other delights, the very technically knowledgeable and also highly popular maker, Nabuz, who many of you may know from direction detection in 4YMM, but who is also responsible for a very large run of levels, dozens of levels that were all very popular early on in the life of Super Mario Maker 2 that I have not yet played. So what we're going to do today is we're going to look over some of the many levels that Nabuz put out in the earliest weeks of the game, beginning with a series that was out in July 2019, an 8-part series entitled Yoshi's Way Home. No idea what we're in for yet. We haven't played this, we haven't seen this before. We're just going to have to find out what happens when we embark on the first of 8 adventures on Yoshi's fast-paced journey home. Let's go. Okay, reached goal while riding Yoshi. That makes sense. And how is that going to go? Yoshi! Loved a little bit of a slant on the typography there. Very appropriate to how Yoshi usually looks. Auto-scroll is going to push us all the way to the right in the opening screen. All the way to the letter I. Very appropriate to have Gusty Garden as well, in keeping with Yoshi's appearance in Super Mario Galaxy 2. Okay, it is just going to be a fast auto-scroll. Fairly standard platforming then, so far. But with lots of gooms stacked upon gooms. And also some very lovely foliage throughout. So yeah, just going to be straight traditional so far, pretty much. We need to not lose Yoshi. That's not how to win at this thing here. And that's it, part 1. Kind of a gentle warm-up, but a very nice little stump gate at the end, controlled, of course, by the P-switch. Let's continue. So yeah, this is going to be a relatively gentle start. And Yoshi's journey continues underground in caves filled with spinies and bones. So yes, despite the super world-like structure of what we are seeing so far, these were never actually published as a super world after the release of the 3.0 patch. So it's kind of nice to dig back into the repertoire and see what else we can see of this series. That is the number 2 that we just collected in coins, which is a very nice aesthetic touch. Looks like we'll have a very similar gate, once again controlled by the stump over here. Okay. And then it's going to be auto-scroll. Auto-scroll all the way down. And probably going to miss the 30 coin. Shouldn't have gone for that. We do need to keep Yoshi all the way to the end. And okay, let's try that again. Very satisfying to see the stump gate like that. Especially at the beginning of an auto-scroll segment, it's always kind of nice to have some kind of gate control that lets the player control the pacing of the entrance, which is exactly what happens here with the scroll break. Echoing, of course, the ending of the first level. Okay, so far so good. And here's another scroll break, only this time with a bit of an added obstacle. Not a particularly terrifying one. Yeah, interesting looking up the one-way panel up top before the gate. I guess that is to prevent me from poking around the mechanism too much, but if we see another gating mechanism like that, we will try to take a closer look instead of just going straight for completion. Yoshi's Way Home, Episode 3. Yoshi ventures into the desert. Who knew piranha plants were so musical? So let's see if there's going to be some background music, some custom music in this level. bad time to reveal that I've actually kind of been playing with the volume down fairly low. Hey Mang, welcome. And once again, you're going to have one of those, except no time to really poke around in there. Yeah, really should have... Whoops. Really should have prepared for music levels and gotten on headset or something, but Mamuga, welcome as well. Okay, let's get this going. But I'm sure it comes out a bit clearer on a recording. But yeah, you can kind of hear the custom track picking up here. Some very gentle indications of where the munchers are going to pop up, and just give Yoshi a bit of a perch to run up against so I can fail to clear condition and die. So I hope both of you, Meng and Mamuga, are doing well today. I think I will be making a fairly regular thing of these maker-specific features if they are of interest. It's kind of nice to do a bit of a research trip into a maker's older repertoire from time to time, as we saw last week with Document, and got lots and lots of makers on my list to choose from when it comes to things like Super Worlds and other delights. Interesting placement of the P-switch down there. I feel like that might have been grabbable by a tongue or something, but oh, look at that, there's a Reznor down there. Or at least the piranha plant's pretending to be Reznor, which is such a very common thing sometimes. And okay, let's get on Yoshi. This is going to be a case of trying to grab fire and firing it at the bomb. Now, if you destroy both the piranha plants, though, then are you just... Oh, no, there's a burner on the left side, okay. So we can go for the bonus objective to the left, but instead we'll just scroll past that by force and hit the gate for yet another completion, this time of episode 3. Okay, let's move on to part 4 of 8. I didn't actually pay attention to how the number 3 was inscribed in that level, the way the number 2 was in coins in part 2. And Mamuga, yes, there are some fantastic creators, and many that I kind of caught up on late. And so I feel like that is the kind of content that I don't see often enough, maybe because it's better targeted to things like YouTube. Simply because, you know, ordinarily on Twitch there is a very strong emphasis on content like viewer levels that has that element of direct interaction. But yeah, I feel like, you know, having levels where I'm just kind of confident that we'll constantly show off good stuff is nice to have. Although most of my viewer level sessions, I think, are of relatively high quality. Thanks to all the makers who show up. So here's Yoshi's Way Home, Episode 4. A haunted mansion stands in Yoshi's way, and boos have placed traps all over. So we'll see what kind of traps lie in store this time. Oh, got trapped in number 4, okay. Yeah, I love the drop at a number 4 here. As I said before, I really should have paid more attention to the 3 in the last level, but this is a cute little entry point. And once again, we are going to activate the entry ourselves. If you redeem Shakespeare, it does not take long to read at all, actually. I mean, because I choose a short piece, it's not like I'm doing a whole play or the speech before the Battle of Agincourt or something like that. So if you'd like to redeem one, please do. And it won't be too much of a disturbance. I might put it towards the end of this level, or the end of this attempt. Okay, bombs are going to go off everywhere. I thought I was going to dodge that. Let's scout ahead a little bit. I obviously was supposed to keep Yoshi up to this point, but let's see what's actually going to go on before we get to the Muga selection of number 129. So yeah. Here, it's going to be a series of muncher drops, but we do need to keep Yoshi in order to... No, we don't, actually. There's no clear condition on this. Interesting. So we could have theoretically done that, but first of all, we will take a look at what Mamuga has requested. So let's put up the reading screen for dramatic emphasis. And then let's pull up number 129. The expense of spirit in a waste of shame is lust in action, until action, lust, is perjured, murderous, bloody, full of blame, savage, extreme, rude, cruel, not to trust, enjoyed no sooner, but despised straight. Past reason hunted, and no sooner had, past reason hated as a swallowed bait, on purpose, laid to make the taker mad. Mad in pursuit and in possession so, had, having, and in quest to have, extreme, a bliss in proof, and proved a very woe. Before, a joy proposed, behind, a dream. All this the world well knows, yet none knows well to shun the heaven that leads men to this hell. Thank you for that, Bamuga. Let's mark that as redeemed, and let's get back to the level. Okay, second attempt. Now that we've noticed that even if we do lose Yoshi, I think maybe Nabuz just forgot to put the clear condition on this one. And hey, look who's here. It's funny, Nabuz or Nickabuz, we did the same thing with Document last week, where I did not advertise the fact that I was running his levels. And it was very convenient to have the maker show up for the feature in either case. So yeah, glad to have you here. We've been playing the whole Yoshi series so far. That's all we've done. Interesting. I don't quite remember what we did in this segment, but oh yeah, there we are. Just have to stay off the bombs and not get hit. And you do lurk around here from time to time. Okay, well, glad you've been enjoying the content. And that has been a very convenient selection then. But yeah, I noticed that I had not played most of your older levels from when you were most active near the launch of the game, and there's just a massive pile to catch up on. So, we might as well do it. Especially with series like this that were designed to be played all at once, and which, you know, might otherwise not have that much of an opportunity to shine on video. And Mamuga, the thing about Shakespeare is that Shakespeare is kind of past the boundary of what we do consider modern English, as opposed to the Middle English of Geoffrey Chaucer that was quite some time earlier. And so even though there are a lot of words that have kind of fallen into disuse, the thing is, as you kind of get used to a lot more English literature, a lot of people kind of describe going back to Shakespeare as a very refreshing experience in suddenly picking up a lot of stuff that they thought was incomprehensible at first. And it's especially that way when you see a lot of Shakespeare performed on a stage, where a good actor, and I'm not an actor and I have no dramatic experience, but a good actor is able to convey the meaning of the words and passages even if you would not be able to pick up the meaning exactly from the page. That the tone can sometimes clue you into the meaning, and it's kind of this very magical process of developing fluency in what Shakespeare is about as you read more of these, and that's part of why I like doing them, because sometimes the sonnets can be very challenging at first and very cryptic, and then you kind of get into the rhythm and the flow and the language, and then the meaning kind of reveals itself. So here's Yoshi's Way Home, Episode 5, and despite the warning from Nickabuz that some of the older stuff isn't too great, well, I mean, we'll experiment and we'll find out for ourselves. Especially because we have been doing a lot of puzzles lately, and I did see a lot of puzzles on your list, so if you have any particular recommendations, I have not played most of the older stuff, so. Here, Yoshi's journey leads to a snowy village, terrorized by a monster in a cave. And yeah, I've been enjoying these quite a lot so far. Particularly the player-controlled auto-scroll gating, I'm always fond of that, in terms of being able to, you know, perform an action to really initiate the pace of the level. Oh, there we go. Really had to get out of detonation range there, but... Oh, whoops. Oh, so much for that. Precious Cargo is a good puzzle. Okay. I don't think I've seen... I'll have to think about that. Maybe I have. But I'll keep that in mind. And we'll see about pulling that up afterwards. Love the numbers that you put in these, by the way. Here's number 5. And of course, we bumped an icicle and made it out alive, which is maybe a bit riskier than is worth it. But, oh, whoops. Tried to grab fire there, and I just missed. We failed the clear condition. I do want to scout ahead just to see what awaits us. Fire Flower, which will not be that useful when we have Yoshi, but maybe we're meant to kind of dismount him here and then jump around. I have failed the clear condition, but I do just want to see Big Boom and Little Boom in action. And of course Yoshi would be necessary, or a damage boost would be necessary in order to get through here. And yes, Mang, it is a very nice house. And Mamuga, yeah, if you have puzzle suggestions, absolutely do send them my way. And we have the Discord code channel just for that, actually, because I do like to sometimes map out a program in advance for the puzzle streams, and only get through a fraction of it when we get stuck on something endlessly. But yeah, usually I do a little bit of scouting ahead to see what kind of puzzle makers we haven't looked at. Whoops. Let's follow Yoshi here into the Boom Room. The Boom Boom Room Room. Okay, here we are. And let's get the Little Boom as well, just in case. What's this guy doing here? Don't know. But we will take the shell. And yeah, we're inside the house, which kind of tells you something about scale, I guess. Interesting what's going on. First of all, we're going to sneak a few mushrooms that are under the dining table, which does not look hygienic at all. Love the way that the gate kind of clips through the semi-solid background. But yeah, nice little single pole gold tape as you go to the fireplace at home, where you have the shellmets just placed above the fireplace as trophies. And yet, Mang, I knew you would appreciate the double Boom Boom in the Boom Boom Room Room. Here's Yoshi's Way Home, Episode 6. Yoshi boards an airship to speed things up, but didn't realize whose it was. I guess we'll find out whose it is. And yeah, Mamuga, in terms of puzzles that are very large scale, that's something I do like showing off, especially because, you know, I mean, so many puzzles are just one screens and very focused, and that's quite a lot of fun, of course, but sometimes the really ambitious puzzle mazes are where the action is really at, when you get yourself lost for an hour or two at a time. It is a very nice boat. Just kind of docked here by the number 6. I need to stop doing that. Quite a nice fleet in general, in fact. Just gonna poke around here for no reason. Okay. Thought I would check. Alright, let's not get shot in the face this time. Okay, we didn't get shot in the face yet. Now let's catch up to the auto-scroll. And up the bonsais. There we go. Missed our chance at the lower level, I guess, but it's okay. Sneak past the bombs. And onwards. Gotta check up here. No reason, just want to be diligent about it. Fire Flower, of course, isn't going to be that much use for us aboard Yoshi, but it does allow us to take an extra hit if we do get dismounted. And here we go. Yeah, let's get rid of that. And keep the shell for some as yet unspecified purpose. Might as well check. But there's the gold tape. Now let's move on to episode 7. Bowser trapped Yoshi and his friends for messing with Junior. Can you save them? I guess we'll find out. Okay. Here's a mushroom. This is where the plot gets good. Yeah, I can see by the multiplayer versus race, where all of these Yoshis are trying to be the first to get boiled alive. Haha, number 7. Nice touch. Okay. Oh. So much for that. Okay, here we go. We lost Yoshi, of course, but I just want to scout ahead. This is a dismount. Or was in theory. Oh wait, no, wait a minute. We haven't actually obtained Yoshi yet, have we? Here's a bit of a crush here. I was looking at the clear condition and thinking that we were still, you know, following the flow of some of the earlier levels. Whoops. That is quite the hitbox from our friend the Magic Koopa. Reached a goal while riding Yoshi. Well, not until we rescue him. Let's actually pay attention to what we're doing this time. A nice color-coded zone. Does have the benefit of having very well-defined sectors. We're now entering the green sector. Okay. I guess there's a particular reason why you don't want to fire the big shell. This particular crush interaction is kind of nice. Has a bit of a slowdown gate. Pop this guy. And through the multicolored pipe we go. Okay, here's Bowser. We don't really have a way to deal with him just yet, but he's just going to run off and then trigger something. Scroll break on the right side, but the camera doesn't scroll. Yeah, oh yeah, it does. Okay. Interesting. The left side is definitely a curiosity, but maybe it was just there for symmetry. Looks like we're probably just going to drop all of these guys into nothingness, but then Yoshi is among them, so the prison break is going to kill our friend. Or so it seems. Okay, spam time. Except, oh, Yoshi has been purified by fire. Okay. Very transformative experience. This isn't even his final form. Whoops. Okay. Here we are. Nice way to kind of have a bit of a fake out from Bowser spam. Not that I ever expected just straight up Bowser spam. But there we go. And yeah, this is just bonus loot. 1-ups for endless. Highly necessary. Okay, there we go. And yep, man, looks like it was indeed very well plotted in advance. But then what awaits us in episode 8? Yoshi's Way Home, the finale. It's the final stretch through Yoshi's insect-filled jungle. Get him home. Now here's the question. Does Yoshi appear in his purified form? Yes, he does. He has retained the power of fire even upon leaving the castle. And it looks like we probably just did fire, and it will ignite a bomb. And there we go, scroll break. Okay. A lot of eggs just kind of, whoops, bouncing around everywhere and distracting us. Egg comes down. Let's do a bit of bombardment here. And whoops. Okay, no. That was a mistake. Okay, down to Yoshi goes. And we'll pop that. And we'll see what awaits us here. Once again, trying to jump and I just got bounced. After all that effort to rescue him from the castle. I think Yoshi's very disappointed in our performance as a rider. As his faithful guide. Whoops. Okay, let's not lose to the cheaps constantly. Let's miss the 30 coin. And over to Muncher we go, and oh, yeah, sure, might as well go under. Nope. Very silly of me to go down there and try to race to Yoshi down. But that's okay. We'll get him home eventually. Would be very disappointed, I think, to rescue Yoshi and purify him in fire only to kind of kill him repeatedly on the way home. That would perhaps not be incredible writing on our part. Anyway, when we're done tanking the clear rate on a nearly 20% level, we will maybe see this through. They really do bounce all over the place. That's okay. We'll get through it. We actually are lowering the clear rate at this point, I'm pretty sure. But through the forest. Wow. Yeah, I keep trying to dodge the cheeps in various fanciful ways that always turn out to be awful ideas. Okay, through we go. Okay, there we are. There's probably a better way to do that segment. That's okay. We'll deal with it. And okay, above the munchers, under the munchers. And here's the part where we could have done a bit better last time. And poked our way through to Yoshi's house. Okay. Green Yoshi is kind of encouraging us to consider switching to Green Yoshi. Interesting that you have the vines here, of course. Preventing the use of any key. Green or red? Kinda want to stay on red. Sorry, Green Yoshi, we worked hard for the power of fire. And here's some typography. Thanks. for playing! Exclamation mark. And yet another Yoshi. And here's a heart made of eggs that are all just going to crack open when they hit the floor. There we go, back home at last. Okay, so you said precious cargo is on the newer side. We can look for that. It might be quite a ways up the list. And you'll see just how much I have not played. I've not caught up on most of this. Yeah, a couple of dungeons and shrines and all that. I think I actually have played it, but maybe I'm wrong. Wow, I missed most of this. Precious cargo. There we go. From right before the 3.0 patch. Yeah, because when I was catching up mostly on a lot of levels that were post-patch, I believe. But here's one where crates can float and sink. 6 puzzle rooms, checkpoints after every 2. Okay, let's do it. 5-minute record, despite many, many plays, so we may be in for something comparatively patient. We played Palace of the Golden Orb on co-op. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's just kind of showing you the crate interaction. We are completely underwater, but there is a rising and falling interaction that is affecting the height of the crates. It's just at the peak of the water level happens to be above what we can see. So, we're going to have a couple lifts instead. Also the ability to take things up, and the indicators on the side will tell you what the current water level is. So the idea is that I would be able to drop this down. And possibly adjust the height of that guy. Unless we have to be... Yeah, okay, I can just hold down, push down, and that sets a new height for the Ant Trooper, which will then get spikeballed. And hey, Terminator! Terminator, I won't check it out today, but do drop me the code. And viewer levels is back tomorrow. And we also have puzzle nights on a fairly regular basis now. So, I will definitely see it, just not in this stream. Okay, so we have a crate. And yeah, Terminator, definitely at least share the code in the Discord. But worst case, we will definitely get to it during viewer levels this weekend. Alright. Activation of the P-switch drops to POW, but also gates me off here. Looks like we need to think about this in terms of rising and falling objects, obviously. I don't know if this just breaks the crate. It doesn't. Okay, that's kind of important to know. The other thing is that because we are underwater, there's not really going to be any kind of meaningful pounding interaction with the POW. However, if we stand to the right, we can see what comes from the blaster, and that might be important. If there is anything. It might be potentially entity blocked. Oh no, the conveyor belt is going to do something. The conveyor belt is going to use the blaster to push the crate over to the right side. The crate is going to float up, and then that delivers the P-switch. Oh, interesting, that it does not quite do that until it gets into the floating state. When it's on the ground state, it actually blocks the blaster completely. This also gives us access to a second crate, I think. Anyway, hitting the P-switch is going to drop the POW. And then dropping the POW is going to do what? We want to be able to grab the POW and kind of get out the bottom, I think. Because activating the POW is going to destroy the spike ball, certainly, and probably the thwomp since it's sitting in that position. Let's drop the P here. Or at least give it the opportunity to float down, perhaps. Let's maybe stand aside a little more, whoops, a little more gracefully. That's not quite what we're going for. I might actually have to just obstruct this by, say, dropping the crate in this position. Probably not a necessary part of the solution, but we'll do it anyway. And yeah, Terminator, it's alright to wait until the puzzle streams if you'd like, because of course I know you've got the shell levels to show us as well. Hey. Drop this guy. Under we go. Oh, didn't really account for that platform there, but that's okay. We did what we came for. Yeah, I guess that's because the P block does disguise that completely, so. Alright, let's wait for the level to go down. Yeah, kind of interesting. I have not really seen anything take advantage of what the rising and falling water does when the surface is not visible, because I guess this is the only interaction that would really work with that in terms of the crates floating, given that nothing else really has that level dependent floating interaction, certainly not in the other styles. Come on, through we go. And there we are. Okay. E-switch activation is going to give us a P door. So that's potentially time sensitive. We need to keep an eye out for that. Getting rid of the crates. Well, let's see about this, because thwomp activation here... What kind of thwomp is this? This is definitely a side thwomp. Yeah. And these are also side thwomps, but the side thwomps can be raised. And in fact, both of them can be raised. Now, I don't actually know about this icicle collision here, but I would imagine that we would want to raise this swamp first. We need to raise this swamp regardless, because this guy goes left to right, and he's the guy who's actually going to break the wall for us. Yeah, P-switch actually just gives us the way back to the P door to the left side, so let's not do that yet. I guess that is kind of a reset mechanism. We can raise this swamp completely. But then we have a bit of an issue here. It's going to bump its way up very gently. Let's bump this guy up and see what happens. Okay. Crate's gonna come down, and we'll see. Okay. I see. I think the order was a little bit wrong here, but we'll see if I can figure out, because the idea is that I want to raise this swamp on top of the mushroom platform, because if I do that, then it's going to bounce all the way up. But see if there's anything that I can do differently here. Yeah, it's not going to bump up all the way, and I'm wondering what we can do to make that happen. I can do that by obstructing the crate. If I obstruct the crate by sitting under it, then that sets its lowest level. And that is going to raise it one block higher when the water goes up, if I understand it correctly. Because it is based on its position at a point of rising. If I remember correctly, it's It's been a long time since I've seen that kind of interaction, but I remember solving something to that effect. That if we raise this and just duck under it and not hit the icicle, then there we go. Except I should have raised the guy on the left side first. Obviously. Yeah, because now we are trapped. That's okay. We do understand the general idea now. Okay, so just a matter of raising the left side first and then raising the right side, using that positional reset by standing under the crate. And yeah, we'll just bump this guy up. Crate goes back down. Ideally, oh. That's okay. Setting it to that new position doesn't do any harm. By the looks of it. Oh, except now I would have some trouble actually activating that swamp, wouldn't I? Let's do this first, and then we'll assess the damage here, because I'm not sure getting in that block under it will actually do what I wanted to do, but in terms of activation, yeah, no. I sort of inadvertently bumped this guy to the right. We don't want to do that. We want instead to reset and make sure the left side swamp stays on the left side instead of being bumped around the way that we amply demonstrated just now. Okay. Up that goes. And let's not activate that swamp by swimming up there. Let's let the crate come down gently. And then this, whoops. And then it's just a matter of execution from there. But the general concept is solved. And so I'm not too concerned about that. Up we go. And through. And that's just 3D world collision logic for you. As we wait and wait. Okay. Once again. And okay, that's going to work out just fine. It's going to bounce up. Thwomp should probably get a crush on this. And that's okay, because it's going to cut its way through. And the side thwomp up top is going to do nothing. Okay, now let's not die to this. We have the ability to grab a crate. We do have the ability to reset through the previous door if needed. Looks like the idea here is to, first of all, raise these guys. Possibly by releasing up here. And then by going for that grab over here. So yeah, that kind of sets its minimum position. Seems like we can also drop on top and, whoops, not like that, and set a maximum position. But let's wait for this to come down. It's given just enough room to do so. And we want to release this when the crates on the left and right are kind of at their maximum, not when they are at their minimum. Release this, in fact, when things are dropping. There we are. So yeah, it is slightly time dependent here. And we do want to move this down, actually. Or perhaps to the side, if we can manage it. Because we do need a crate to go through the door up top. And the way we would do that is... Well, I mean, we do need a passageway to go up here, so I think we need to figure out how exactly we're going to bump this guy to the side. That's going to be a bit of an interesting question here. Let's just perform some of this interaction just to see, because yeah, moving this guy to the side, I'm not really quite sure how to do that just yet, but quite possibly there's something we haven't seen about his displacement. As this goes down. Okay, it is possible to grab that again up top, of course. Need to be fairly careful here. But if there's a way to kind of bump that to the side, that would be ideal. So we'll just try that somehow. I mean, I am able to kind of bump from below, but I'm not sure that's actually... Oh, no, we can let that go down and just come around from the side, I think, because its overall position has to be lowered, though. Yeah, the idea is that I'm supposed to come down through the side and kind of wrap my way around by having a particularly good timing when it comes to repositioning everything on my way up. So yeah, that's going to lower the whole thing. And the idea is that we need to pick a particular timing that makes sense when it comes to raising this. Probably when everything is already in the up position, because that way we set a maximum position for the spiny, and then after that everything comes down. Okay, there we are. Is it going down? No, it's not. But we could potentially reset its position further. Just thinking about it, because I want the natural motion of the crate to be pushing it down. What I can do is, of course, just toss this in, and I can walk over to the side. And the crate should just naturally push down from there, given its reset position up top. Push, 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 push. And there we go. Fairly straightforward. This is something that does depend on us to be a bit attentive to what's going on either side as we watch the indicators of the overall water level in this water level. Okay. So now we're going to find out what comes out of the blaster. It looks like it is completely blocked. And we know that there is entity blockage, in fact, because of the spikes. So, that does lead to an interesting question, which is what we will do after we obtain the first crate. Looks like we can just lift the blaster gate up here, in fact, just by sneaking crate here when it's in the down position. And once we lift the gate, we can escort the crate over, but of course we need to do so a little bit more carefully when it is in the top position. So we'll just wrap around and do that once again. Okay, there we are. Sneaking under like that. Looks like the next idea here will be to raise the blaster and then take the crate with us to the right, but yeah, just thinking ahead to what's going on with the POW and the P, in fact. P in particular has a purpose that is, thus far, kind of unclear to me, but the POW will get rid of the various spikes. And then the P does what? We'll find out soon enough. Okay. Now that the spikes are down, I actually wonder about this blaster. Nothing. Okay, just checking. I guess there's some kind of... Whoops. Oh, I see. We do need to back around, and that destroys the blaster completely, so we don't need to worry too much about that interaction. Okay, pretty stylish way to go, as long as we... Yeah, there shouldn't be any kind of way to get locked, so... That looks fine. And then we just float up and go through the door. Let's grab that. Yeah, everything's in the up position right now. That's... Okay, we'll just ride it out. Okay. So, it looks like the objective is to get the key, and the way we get the key is to activate the P-switch. We activate the P-switch by tucking something underneath that blaster up here. That will probably involve the activation of the exclamation block, because the exclamation block may curve around and with a push interaction should be able to destroy the tall blaster. We're going to do that is probably by raising the POW block and then pushing it with the other exclamation block. And so yeah, we'll just sneak in here and see if we can have an accurate release. There we go. Let's reset that position. When the water is in a low position, that's when we want to release. So we get as much height as possible on that POW. Low position, oops. Let's wait for the low position. And not float around too much. Hang on, there we go. That should do it. Now we do a push. Now, POW block. Well, we'll deal with that in just a moment after we get the crate out of the way. Maybe even toss it to the left momentarily just to get that spat out. We want the crate to be in the high position because we want it to be kept alive. So let's wait for the water level to go up, and then we will activate the POW. And that will give me access to this, which will then give me access to this crate, I hope. Oh, except I might just be a bit stuck here. Okay, guess we have to reset. Just because of the way that released into me. Okay, that's fine. Let's redo it. Yeah, nice usage of the red POW as a door obstruction there. As a door obstruction that was deactivated upon entry to the previous room in a way that would not affect the puzzle. So, let's just fuss around with these one-tile gaps. Whoops. That's okay, just release like that and everything... no. That's okay, that's what the icicle is for. Just there to make sure we do have a way to reclaim everything. Let's actually set the crate down properly this time instead of just trying to chuck it right away. And leave it in a position that will permit recovery. Crate goes through the pipe. Once the exclamation block gets out of the way anyway. Exclamation block is then going to push the crate over. Nope, not yet. Didn't count the tiles accurately. Once it pushes the crate over, then we will have the P-switch activation for obtaining the key. Nope, too early. We'll just wait that out and try once again. Yeah, going to let that come on top. And there we are. There's the activation. Let's not squander the opportunity and make it through the key door. So, true ending, of course we're doing it. Except, am I stuck in the... Okay, no, I'm not. And we'll let the heart become a blob over to the right. And that's it for this puzzle. So yeah, a little bit far from the 5-minute record, but we'll take it. Thank you for the GG. If you have anything else in particular you would like to see, that would be great. I mean, this is a good opportunity to be looking at a series of levels, of course, but also of anything that might take a bit longer than usual in terms of puzzles or long levels generally. So if you have a recommendation, that would be great. If you don't, we'll pick something and just go with it. A couple of Zelda puzzles. Wii Sports. Yeah, we've got tons and tons of stuff to get through at some point or another, so do feel free to request something. If not, we're going to... Wow, some of these are super, super popular. Broken Switches and Fiery Ditches. Did I see that one already? Or is that... Yeah, there we go. Broken switches and fiery ditches. On-off switches have gone haywire. E-switches fixed them, but only briefly. Yeah, it seemed like we had a lot more Captain Toad concepts in Maker 1, partly because of the costume, of course. Despite the presence of the no jump clear condition in this game. I have seen some Captain Toad levels, but not nearly as many for some reason. Okay, so the switch is just going to go and go and go. And then the P-switch is going to freeze it in position by doing something to freeze the activation mechanism, whatever it is. Okay, interesting tutorial room over here. And yeah. So we have until the P-switch deactivates to come over here. Whoops. No. Bit slow on the uptake there. Interesting. So yeah, I guess it's probably is some kind of shell mechanism, perhaps it's temporarily frozen, or something to that effect. Anyway, some kind of fast activation, obviously. Yeah, very resilient to the manually activated on-off. And then, yeah, looks like it's going to be a ground pound. Shouldn't have even tried for that. I knew I was not going to make that. I was thinking of wall jumping off that side, actually. Contraption revealed true ending. Yeah, I was thinking that might be the case, given some of your previous levels where we had seen it happen. Yeah, P-switch over here. And let's tap that. And we'll go over here. I kind of like the wall jump strategy, to be honest. It does allow me to do a bit of a skip. Always nice to have some alternate strategies, as long as they don't completely smash everything. Lost a little too much time there. I feel like we should redo. Interesting that this seems to have a kind of controlled state when it comes to activating the P-switch and making sure the starting position is the one that you want, in that case on. I wanted to think about that because, yeah, I hadn't really been that attentive to the fact that the starting state is consistent in order to platform behave the same way every time. So we will take a look at the contraption at the end if we find a true ending. For that purpose, we are way too slow this time. Or not. Okay, maybe not. But yeah, going to start on the on state once again. Here we go. Actually, decently generous timing when it comes to allowing for a little bit of room for error. Oh yeah, ground pound here. And now that is just blocked off completely, so we will have to suffer the consequences. Okay. Yeah, no, I just missed. I do have to activate the on-off switch in order to get into that position, though. I should not presume that a wall jump will do the trick, given the layout here. Whoops. That was just a bad jump. Okay. Very deep so far. Okay. Nope. That was just, once again, a bad jump. But clearly the way forward. Just one that requires slightly more accuracy than what we've been giving it. Very true of that jump as well. Here we are. Nope, have to actually remember to pound to switch. It is sometimes the little things that are going to trip us up. Okay, reset that. Yeah, very interesting variation, in fact, on the tried and true Nintendo concept of keeping the Switch alive, which sometimes comes into play with late game levels in standard Mario. There we go. Have to explore this slightly and then reactivate. And there we are. GG. Oh, let's go for it. And here's the setup. Okay, so when you activate the P-switch, here's what happens. The P-switch repositions the spring in such a way that the spring is released only when the state is back to on. So here's how you guarantee that you have the starting sequence set to on every time, is that it simply stops activating once the spring releases and allows the thwomp to revert back to its former position. So the P-switch also stops the conveyor belt, which is, I guess, yeah, because the platforms allow the spring to be reset back to the original position, but if the conveyor belt is stopped, then that allows you to have multiple sequences of P-switches that prolong the availability of the on-off switch to the player. So let's watch this. Yep, it's always going to be on the on switch that it drops. And this is how the sort of repeated P is made available just by the conveyor belt freezing. And when the P block is reactivated, you're always going to have the spring sort of fall into that two-tile gap, so it is going to be braced. And because the P gives you the release in the conveyor belt, the timing should pretty much always be reliable in terms of the P-switch being, the P-block rather, being available to catch that at the very end. So, really neat idea. Let's pop that and go back in. And we'll just drop on the X. And thank you for the GG.
Mario's #1! Woohoo!
Alright, sure, let's look at the Captain Toad series. Was it down here? Yeah, there we go. And we'll just do them in order. Beginning with Captain Toad's Puzzling the Pond. These are from January and February of 2020. Skip the forest one. Oh, this being the forest one? You know what? No, we'll look at it anyway. Might as well see them completely. Merlin, welcome. Hope the global submissions and playtests are going well on your side as well. Glad to see you here. Restart if soft lock, so there's a soft lock risk. That's okay, we'll do it anyway. I've actually been meaning to run Captain Toad on stream. I have played the entire original game, but recently I kind of got a very good deal on all of the new Switch content into Switchport by way of a pricing error. Anyway, we're not supposed to jump because this is Captain Toad and we don't have the costume, so we'll just have to pretend, or of course just switch to Toad. That's not a bad idea, actually. Starting with the next attempt. Okay, have to be thematically accurate here. So let's not jump. Is there some kind of anti-jump mechanism we should be aware of, though? So, for example, yep, that's the anti-jump mechanism. Okay. That's okay, that just means we can restart as Toad. But yeah, there was this momentary pricing error a little while ago where the entire Switch port of Captain Toad plus the DLC was available for the price of the DLC because the code was just like misentered somewhere or improperly listed or something. And so I thought, okay, let's seize the opportunity because since I had played on a Wii U and I wasn't planning on reobtaining it, but the opportunity existed. So now I might actually be able to look at, the Odyssey themed content that was added, as well as the extra DLC chapter. So at some point we might do a bit of a Captain Toad bonus stream, just to see some of that stuff in action. Okay, so we want the activation of the P-switch. We also get to float around all day. And we want, probably, to obtain the key. Because that's what allows me to go back up to the front of the level in the main screen. So, ultimate objective is going to be the key, and the way that we do that is we have to have a crate stack here that allows me to fall into the crate stack, go to the left, grab the key, grab the donut blocks, etc. The activation of the P-switch allows me to grab the other crate. Currently, I'm sort of thinking that we're able to sort of fall off the platform to the right, and maybe have a bit of a crate toss as well to get everything into the correct position. Except I think I do have to climb the tree into that position. And yeah, that's not quite what's going to work. Oh, and yeah, no, I accidentally hit the jump button even when I was underwater. I guess that actually does set off the detector. So, let's do it again. Yeah, definitely thinking about the detector in terms of how it's also doing the underwater swimming gate. Yeah, you can see. Very quick activation on that thing, in fact. Don't jump. Okay, let's actually fall in and grab the crate this time. I'm sure it will just cooperate with us, once we actually give it a bump, which was a bit of an interesting interaction, but... Okay, next thing we will do then is go upstairs. I think when you fall in, I don't think I had the wrong idea necessarily about how to throw the crate. It's just that it probably isn't as accuracy dependent as I'm assuming here. There we go. And then we are able to drop into it and hit the P-switch. Once we hit the P-switch, I'm able to head down. I will need to re-grab the crate, I think, in terms of my ability to swim. Yeah, I will want to re-grab the crate, except no, the P-blocks are going to be active, and if the P-blocks are active, then I need to figure out how it is I get over it, and I think the use of the dash panel is the answer. That if I just kind of roll my way off the Ps, then, like the activated P blocks, then I go over to the dash panel gets me over to the other side for crate number 2. And then eventually we have to fall back down here to grab crate number 1 in order to do the double stack on the right, so. Okay. Nope. Bad. It's okay. We have a chance to redo this. Just got caught up in the cloud. And okay. Let's fall in gently. And hit the dash panel before we hit the wall, ideally. Nope. Okay, I probably could have found a better window of opportunity there in terms of not getting caught up by the cloud. I mean, I didn't need to wait for the whole cloud. I could have just stood under one of these columns when it's pushing its way up. It's really just a middle tile I need to be worried about. So that's something we should keep in mind. Bump the crate, lower the crate, and up we go. We go. And on top of the cloud. Actually, no, we need to throw this thing first. And this throwing position was okay last time. It was not okay this time, which is unfortunate, but yeah, and it's not going to get lowered, is it? Okay. Maybe if I fall off the tree towards it, or fall off the platform towards it, I should be able to re-obtain it. There we go. And we'll just throw it a bit more accurately this time. Or just... no, we can't get on top of the middle cloud without using the tree, so... won't be something like that. But we'll just kind of walk into this. There we go. And then... yeah, kind of interesting that you can walk off just by, of course, dropping into the cloud. Kind of an interesting tree interaction that I think doesn't often get used with that level of finesse. Okay. Walk this way in that. And there we are. Okay. Should be fairly straightforward at this point. It's just going to be dropping both crates. And yeah, just re-obtaining this one by dropping in. Whoops. Didn't really face the right direction there. But once we do that, that should give me the key. And then we will be through this area. Oops. Oh, trying to grab that and I'm missing. I think maybe I need to do something a little bit different with the fall. Possibly just slide off this guy here. There we go. And that should now be fine. Okay, down we go. Grab the key, and now we just need to not hit the jump button on our way back up. Probably just by dropping to the left off this platform. Getting lifted all the way back up. So there we go. And that's going to be the goal pole, and yes, it's going to be a skip squeak mechanism. I always appreciate seeing these setups at the end. And yeah, I should have understood that it was a skip squeak mechanism, given that this is 3D World, and that is a pretty typical way to set up some kind of jump detection. Including, now that I think about it, in Pac-Man's level for 4YMM, which used very similar tech to create that underwater level where you were not allowed to hit the jump button. I think it was very much the same kind of idea in terms of how to use skip squeaks as that gating mechanism. Here's Captain Toad, Protective Piranha. Collect the red coins guarded by piranha plants without jumping. Good luck. 20-second record on this one. And once again, we have an advisory to not jump. And yeah, it looks like... Well, I mean, I don't have a mushroom or anything here, so... I would assume that things like long jumps are in fact picked up by the skip squeaks, so... We will have to... figure that out, maybe with a thrown object. In fact, there is that snowball on the top right that is very auspicious. Looks like the tree would be able to get my way up, but the tree would also be able to lower myself onto the piranha plant with a drop. Except I can't just drop straight off of it without a jump button. I did need to land. Okay, the idea here should be... let me see about that cloud. I guess the cloud is mostly there to give me a lift once the E has been activated. Okay, that was momentarily thrilling. Yeah, I guess we do have the ability to throw the P through the clear pipe. Don't exactly see a reason to do that just yet. The P, of course, does allow me to get over to the top right to grab the snowball. But I would need to activate it first, which I think I've failed to do. Yeah, I think we blew our chance to use the P, in fact. So let's redo this. Might remember to actually just stomp on it directly next time, except part of this challenge, of course, is to find out how to drop the P. I think the idea is clear, in fact. We want to throw the P through the pipe, because then the mushroom platform here is going to bounce it up to the cloud. If you bounce it up to the cloud, then you are able to step on the P when you are in the top row, and that gives you direct access to the place that is blocked by the P block, and then would get you to the snowball right after that. So let's do it properly this time. Do the P throw. Oops. There we go. And loop back around. Oh, whoops. Might have to watch our step there. Alright. Yeah, let's wait for the piranha hitbox to get out of the way. And down we go. And yeah, Merlin, I know that sometimes you find that puzzles might be a little bit patient for you, but these are fairly straightforward in terms of flow. Merlin, I don't know if you ever played the original Captain Toad either. I think this is a pretty decent rendition of the idea, and actually one of the few Captain Toad concepts I've seen using 3D World, in spite of the fact that the skip squeak mechanism is a very elegant way of gating that. So, let's pop over here. The idea now is to dispense with this piranha plant by dropping on it twice. Can't grab the snowball just yet, but we would have to go around the side first. And grab the coin. And up the pipe we go. Ah, you played it back on 3DS. Okay, interesting. Now, the snowball does allow me to hit the piranha plant to the left, but I don't know if I want to destroy it just yet. Given that I still want the ability to grab the lower coins. Of course, anything I miss could be dealt with some kind of reset, perhaps. Because now I'm just thinking about preserving the snowball and how we would go about doing that. So, for example, if I decided to go down here first, oh no, that's a bad idea, because we can't go up. Not while holding this. Alright, let's go for piranha plant first then. And, you know, just follow the flow of the level. But then we have an issue. Now, that is resolvable by just resetting the room. That seems a little bit inelegant on my side, though, so... Just thinking about what we could have done differently there in order to keep the snowball alive. Because I kind of doubt that it's going to be, you know, dependent on multiple resets. We definitely did something wrong in terms of... maybe actually... Yeah, I don't think I could keep the snowball alive against the piranha plant, but if we looped down here first, by going down on donut platforms, and then use the slopes to our advantage to keep the snowball alive, probably. Then... Yeah, we would then throw the snowball over here because the lift would then carry it up to the top pipe. I think, if I'm thinking about it accurately, but I do need a way to chuck it in here, which was what I was missing. And so that was something that I hadn't quite figured out yet. However, this also works. Yeah, I feel like I should have looped down here to grab this guy. Because it feels like the snowball is the natural interaction with this one. It's okay, we can just reset out and sort of cheese it. Yeah, it looks like it was designed to be done without resetting, and it's just that the order on my end was wrong. Okay. So let's just do that once again. Without head bumping the P every single time. And up we go. Nope. Wrong way. Let's not be silly. Nice to have the piranha plant just remain in motion. Remain in stasis, rather. The first time I built a 3D world level, I had an interaction that was supposed to be a little bit of a treat for the player, where you go through a clear pipe and drop on top of a fire piranha. And I didn't realize, given the positioning of what I was doing with that pipe, how often you would actually drop on top of the stem and take damage. So it looked like a blind punishment for the player when it was intended to be a bit of a bonus. So that was a very unfortunate mistake on my part. When I was, of course, brand new to the 3D world style. And yeah, this just keeps the ball alive entirely, as I could have predicted if I were actually paying attention, so. And that allows you to catch it if we were doing that interaction, which we're not, but, you know, we'll just kind of pretend that everything was fine. We'll just pretend that we did a loop and that we understood the whole thing and that we managed to bop this guy like that. And then take advantage of the donut block to go through to right for that coin. And do everything in a logical and elegant order. Okay. One up here. I mean, we could jump. But I get the feeling that that wouldn't quite get up what I... no, you know what? Yeah, you grab the flagpole. The flagpole drops you on top of the P. And then that blows up the blasters to the right with THX. So yeah. Going at a much faster clip so far than when we decided to do a Donkeyman catch-up last week, and I managed to get through, I think, 4 levels in 5 hours, next to one particular grind that was on the more punishing side. And hey, Electritude, welcome. Here is a Captain Toad, Rolling Ruins of 0.72%. Well, that's going to be interesting. Run, duck, and roll through this one-screen puzzle. Just don't jump. The thing I found interesting about the Captain Toad treasure tracker game was how much of it actually just wound up being, well, platforming without jumping, but the challenges that were about timing and dexterity rather than just straight puzzles. Like, there was a surprising amount of stuff there that was not actually puzzly. So what this teaches you is that if you hold jump in midair, it does not activate a jump detector. And that's going to be something important to know, especially because we may have some things here that are timing dependent in that way. Getting over the spring, of course, is going to hit the mushroom. Hitting the mushroom allows me to probably roll towards the pokey. The roll interaction is going to pop me up top. Okay. Don't know if going to the right side here was the right idea. Yeah, I don't really like the look of having to deal with that ant without the jump interaction made available to me here. But the P-switch does clearly have to proceed the left side, I think. So we'll see. Maybe there's something I don't understand about some Ant Trooper logic that is going to come in handy. Okay, so I should not jump. But I do ultimately need to think about eventually dropping down and heading up towards the key. I don't know if the forward roll does much against the Ant Trooper. No, it doesn't. I didn't think so. That was worth testing. Yeah, really interesting to work out what is actually going to affect the skip squeak mechanism. Ultimately, it looks like I have to activate the P-switch in order to come down the left side, get through the P block, not drop down the left side because that would bounce me back up. I haven't thought about how to use the crate yet, and I think the crate is going to be a fairly critical piece of the puzzle here. Because what do I have here? It looks like if I bounce up, yeah, eventually I want the P-switch to be completely deactivated because then I can go down. I see what's going on with the crates, by the way, that if you jump up, then there's an on-off switch activation and the crates to the bottom of the pipe get pushed out of the way. Yeah, because I eventually want some kind of interaction that will allow me to drop down here. And I don't know what that's going to be just yet, but interestingly enough, yeah, I can go through, but then that's the end of that. Wait a minute. Okay. Except I have to be big, and I think this is the point of having the fire flower, if I'm able. Because I would be able to duck in here. unduck, and roll back out. Yeah. Looks like we'll have to take a death here, but yeah, I do have to be tall in order to do this. So I think the idea behind the spring is that, for example, if you have the crates being pushed by the ant trooper, then it gets pushed up towards the spring. And sideways spring is going to push it towards the flower, flower gets pushed down. And that's how you obtain it. So the question is what we do with the whole crate, skip, squeak, and P-switch sequence that we see up there. And that's going to require a reset since we burned the mushroom already. Okay, here we go. Okay, it looks like I do want to bounce all the way up. And I want to take advantage of the damage state. If I'm invincible and I use the interaction that we were shown in the opening room to bounce up the mushroom platform, then while I'm small but invincible, I'm able to get through the skip squeak, which is kind of useless in fact because of the placement of the P. However, long jump when I have no ceiling might be fine. Nope. I accidentally did hit the jump button there, but you think you forgot the solution to this one. Okay. Well, that's okay. We'll just have to find out. Yeah, one thing that I'm not clear on is whether doing a long jump when I'm under a one-tile gap is going to activate the squeak mechanism. I thought it was something that's kind of input dependent, but... Okay. Okay, that's a little bit too slow. I feel like maybe if I do a squat walk instead of a roll, then that's the right idea. Because then I don't overshoot the pokey like how I've been doing. Then I'm able to go straight up. So do a squat walk. No, don't really like it. But I do like the interaction of jumping all the way up, though. So I don't know if it's something that's going to be this execution dependent. It looks a bit suspicious for it to be that way. Quite possibly I was actually just supposed to spring to the left. Yeah, no, I'm supposed to spring to the left. I'm supposed to get on top of the spring. When the mushroom is in this position, I bounce up through the mushroom, I bounce up onto this location here. Once I've bounced up into this location, with the mushroom intact, I go up here, then I grab the crate. After I grab the crate, then I'm able to cross this location. Once I'm able to cross this, location, not like that, I'm also able to displace this guy. No, I'm not. Displace this guy. Okay. Well, this is awkward. I mean, he's not going to budge. However, it does seem like I am supposed to drop the crate in this location if I find some way to eliminate the skip squeak. If I eliminate the skip squeak, then I should be able to drop the crate behind him and then walk over to the P. It might be possible to cheese this if you use the P to enter a pipe with the mushroom. Use the P to enter the pipe with the mushroom. Let me think about that. Not exactly sure what you described there, but let me see if I get it. Yeah, it looks like I am supposed to go left like that. Except no, I would need to kind of... Okay, maybe not. Yeah, I was hoping to get that interaction to the left, but I guess the idea here is that I have to grab the Fire Flower first, and, you know, the Fire Flower will allow me to take 2 hits, and that's going to be important. Oh, whoops, didn't mean to do the high bounce, I just wanted to do the medium bounce over to the ant. Looks like if the ant gets pushed out of position somehow, then we might have something going on here in terms of getting the Fire Flower also pushed. In fact, one way to do it would be to block the ant with an object such that it is forced to turn back. And block it in such a way that it clings to the outer wall, perhaps. You know, if I went left, I would be able to get onto the platform. Also, I am able to roll over this gap, which is not going to be useful once we grab the crate, but it is useful now. But I am going to grab the crate. And then we'll see how to proceed from there. So if you time it right, Electrodude says you'll be able to use the P to get back into the pipe. After getting the key and... Oh, you mean, yeah, P jump instead of using the crate. Yeah, I see what you mean. Anyway, let's throw this. Roll over. I can see, given even just a dependence of rolling technique, why you would have a low clear rate on this. Just because that's the kind of thing that I could see a player easily missing when it comes to, you know, just not thinking about it. Okay, that's going to reverse the ant. And trap the ant in that location. I kind of like that in terms of finishing the interaction by just budging the ant out of the way. So next thing we have to do then is get the crate up to the top position. Because then we are allowed to walk across over to the P-switch. And, oops. Let's not hit the dash button, let's just do a gentle walk. And... okay, now we might have an issue, but I just fired away. Okay, guess not. If I drop down now, I can take 1 point of damage, and then I will have an invincible state going up top. Except with the mushroom still intact. You know what? I could also just throw the crate. Like if I carried a crate with me and used the crate to grab the key, I don't know. Yeah, it looks like I was supposed to maybe step through this. And if I take damage twice, maybe I'm able to do it. No, not really. Not really. We're kind of trapped here. Anyway, we have most of this figured out so far. Okay, let's grab the mushroom. And then, yeah, roll over to this side. Grab the crate. Block the ant. And then that's going to resolve itself. Now that that's been resolved, we need to think about what the damage sequence is going to be like here. I mean, if the P-switch kind of gets released left to right, then what's going to happen there? It allows me to roll through the bottom segment and make my way to the right. But either A, I have to be tall, or B, I have to have an object available and carried. So no matter what, at some point we do need to figure out how to grab the P-switch, and I would have thought it would be something involving using the crate as a bridge. But that really doesn't solve the skip problem. I don't think. Because if I bounced up, and then through the crate by perhaps carrying it through, you know, carrying it through one of the donut blocks perhaps. No, don't really like it. Yeah, for example, if I had invincibility frames and stood on top of the skip squeak, dropped a crate, and then ran across, I don't know about that. Doesn't look right. Looks like it has a bit of a tight timing window if you do it that way, and doesn't. It's the kind of thing that doesn't feel like the solution, but I mean, just in a very subjective sense. Should remember to go left here. So we'll see. It does seem appropriate for the third in a series to be a little bit more technical anyway. Block the ant properly. The other thing about the ant having been moved out of the way is that then we can't use it to reposition and exploit anything else, I don't think. So for example, if I were to just throw this up here, no. No, the idea is that you cannot exploit the ant. Yeah, interestingly enough, I think with the crate available, I might be able to drop it to the left of the P block and land on top of it, and then loop back around to the Pokey. And that's actually fine, because that way... Okay, so here's the idea. Drop it, come down, squat, and then the P release would mostly allow you to grab the crate. That's the thing that's useful for. It's not like you need to walk this passage. But I do need to roll over and, with the mushroom, get over to this location here. And let's see if I can just roll over like that. There we go. Now I need to figure out how to get back over to the starting position, which is going to require P-switch activation so I can get through the bridge. So now that's going to be a little bit tricky, because I don't quite know how to do that yet. Or as far as the key, though, and that's a very important milestone. It's a very important milestone to not accidentally trigger jump detection here. Okay. So we can take damage, but then that doesn't resolve how I'm going to get up to the skip squeak, because I am able to get back over to the crate on the left. But the P is still a bit of a mystery to me. So let me just stare at this for a moment and think, because... Yeah, because let's say I have the mushroom. When I don't have the crate, I am able to grab the crate by going left, but then I will be back to a small state. If I'm in a small state, then I need to think about what to do with the skip squeak, because I don't see that yet. Because it is going to act as a bit of a damage gate, maybe I was supposed to nuke that with a fire flower at some point, if I were able to get up there. Anyway, let's just try to do that. And yeah, the only thing that I can do that is new is to grab the crate, but then, you know, I need to think about crate plus a small Mario here. Quite possibly I was just missing something about, you know, getting rid of the Pokey entirely, so we wouldn't have to deal with the damage gate. Yeah, we'll have to see about that. Because I don't think I had the right idea by leaving the Pokey alive, perhaps. Don't know if this is going to affect the jump detection in any meaningful way. Yeah, because I'm not able to take a hit anymore. And I don't see how to get back down through clouds. It could be that I've already done things slightly out of sequence. But I only was able to take that 1 point of damage. So I have to think about how to get rid of this Skipsqueak. Fire might have worked, actually, if I had a way to bounce up with fire. But I don't see that I had that while the Pokey is still alive. Might be something fairly obvious I'm missing, as is so often the case. I mean, not really any kind of opportunity to be doing a ground pound unless we have a way to fall into it. I don't see a good location to be doing that. Not that we would want to ground pound through the crate while we are on top of the Pokey anyway. Yeah, still don't have a way to deal with the Skipsqueak, but we have to think about that because I don't see the interaction with it just yet. But yeah, quite possibly we're just kind of missing something when it comes to, well, whatever the P activation is going to be. Oops. Yeah, there's a lot of puzzle logic that sometimes escapes me if voluntarily taking damage is a part of the sequence. Simply because that does require you to think outside a lot of the assumptions of how puzzle solving works within the Mario paradigm. Anyway, general idea here is fine, it's just that we don't have a way to deal with the fire flower yet. I feel like there should be a way to blast Pokey down here that I'm perhaps not seeing. You know, by using the deflection or something. Apparently not. Okay, now we're in kind of a weird position. I do want to... Oh, there we go. Yeah, I do want to go down. However, going down allows me to just fire at the Pokey. I don't know why I didn't just consider that in the first place. Well, that's problem solved, okay. So now we no longer have to worry about damage gate, and we have a way to zap the Skipsqueak. Nope, accidentally jumped. But we might as well test this out and see if there is a way to swipe away at it. There we go. It is possible, okay. Just a little bit finicky, but it is possible. And then after that, we drop the crate in that location, walk over to the P, everything else is solved. So, that's not too bad. Yeah, definitely just some edge case interactions like that that I had to think about. Particularly in terms of, you know, how to avoid activating the mechanism. Yeah, I don't know why I was just so blind to being able to survive longer with the Fire Flower. But I think I was just so accustomed at that point to thinking about the Fire Flower as a damage buffer that I wasn't really thinking of the pokey spot as available. So yeah, just a bad assumption on our part. Knowing, of course, that the roll gets you safely over the one tile gap is very, very important. At least with the approach we're taking so far. Okay. Knowing about the squat is also highly essential. There we go. Well, we can grab the key first of all by rolling over. Might as well do that while we have the opportunity. But now I'm looking over at how we're going to take damage from the spike in the bottom corner. Great. Yeah, because once we take damage and we grab the crate, then we are able to do the rest. Mamuga, you're analyzing the world record leaderboards. One moment. Sorry, just had to deactivate my mic for a sneeze there. World record leaderboards. Yeah, I'll look at that in just a moment. Oh, you mean in terms of the total number of world records that people have? Yeah. Looks like a lot of that depends on the time that you're putting in. Like, you really have to dedicate yourself to that. Okay, managed to do that without the roll this time. There we go. Managed to do that without the extra bounce that time. Okay, yeah, we actually do have to take damage from the spike bottom right. That is, in fact, its purpose on this earth. Take 2 points of damage. Oh, whoops. Oh, I thought I was going to bounce on top of that platform. I just ran right over it. 500 levels of difference from number 27 to 26. Interesting. Yeah, I guess there are certain gaps where people just say, okay, this is good enough, and we're not going to try beyond that point. It's interesting that you would have that much of a spread. But I guess one of the questions then is how that compares to a lot of the smaller and more normal gaps. 10,000 level gap between number 5 and number 4, wow. Must be a fairly heated top 4 competition then. Okay, we have the solution mapped out at this point, I just needed to clean up the execution. But this is essentially solved. Drop this. Pull that guy over. And okay, so now we throw, move over, nuke the pokey. Head over to the right side. Probably just do the roll. Easier to do it that way. Bury my toad head against the spikes. Oops. There we go. Over here. Grab the crate. Oh, I forgot to use the fire flower to nuke the skip squeak. Every now and then I just forget one step that I've already done. That's okay. We know the flow at this point is just pushing the buttons, seeing it through. Okay. On the platform. And over here. And across. Now we dump this. Ant is going to roll around and give me the push. Now let's zap everything in sight this time. Before deciding to just rub my head against the spikes. Which... yeah. There we go. It's a matter of good timing there. And then I do need to take the key, and also key first and then damage. And it's more consistent, I was about to say, with the roll. But as you can see, I did in fact miss for once. Okay. In some ways, the squat interaction in 3D Worlds is the strangest thing. Nope, forgot the crates. It's okay, we'll grab that. Pretty gentle reset so far. Okay. And then we go up. And then grab the P-switch. Down we go, and then I probably want to take this across. Because if I drop on top of the P-switch directly to the left of the P-block, then we can roll through the center section. And yeah, the only thing is that spring. I guess we have to roll across the spring and let it kind of project me to the left at best. Yeah, and then the P's are going to block the pipe initially as well. And the conveyors are also going to stop, but that's okay. Okay then, in that case we will pop the P-switch this way. Drop the P-switch this way. Yep, and interesting use of the P to block that mushroom platform from accidental bounces as well. And so yeah, I guess this is sort of an anti-cheese thing, where you don't want to take advantage of the conveyor belt being frozen, of course. Looks like we're through. And now we can jump. Okay. That's another series down. I did see there was that Link Dungeon series earlier. Legend of Zelda Puzzle Shrines. I think we could maybe take a look at both of these. They look like they come in a pair. Probably your hardest puzzle? Yeah, I can see that just because of the way it does kind of require you to think about how to use interactions with some of the 3D world movement tech that you don't often see used outside of a movement context. Then, of course, maybe I'm just saying that, you know, without considering other hard 3D world puzzles that do that. But I can see where the clear rate is coming from if people are just kind of crashing against the damage every now and then. But yeah, I mean, all the information and the overall flow, all of that's quite visible. So there was nothing particularly opaque about that. Bacon, egg, and keys. We'll keep that in mind. Let's take a look at the Zelda ones first. And I remember you mentioning somewhere that you did a lot of one screens in Maker 1 as well. Just kind of keeping that in mind going into some of the puzzle layouts here. This one has a clear condition attached to it, quite possibly just being able to reach the goal as Link. And yeah, it looks like this will be kind of in tune with the Captain Toad levels earlier, and that Link also, if you're being perfectly faithful about it, Link cannot jump. Also noticing the December 2019 date, which would have been very, very soon after Link was patched in. So let's see what this is all about. Obviously, now everybody is much more familiar with Link mechanics. Yeah, the Sean hit puzzles in Maker 1, yeah. Maker 1 kind of had some interesting community dynamics that I only really found out about afterwards because I was very late catching up on much of it. Okay, we're not allowed to jump later on, so I'm told. Ah, okay, because the clear condition isn't Link. The clear condition is reach the goal without touching the ground. Well, that's okay. Let's do some anger management on the POWs. And redo this. Okay, so Captain Toad is going to be Link. Right then. So, it's always going to stop at 3 1-ups. Let's just read the level. I'm also going to, even though we are technically still Captain Toad pretending to be Link, let's switch back to Mario for future attempts. Otherwise I'll get distracted by the fact that I am Toad. Toad dressed as Link, which, you know, might require a bigger hat. Okay, so, the objective here is going to be to go through the blue pipe, probably, by the looks of it. And it looks like that will require... actually, there are 2 blue pipes on either end. The one on the left side will require 2 POW interactions. Currently, the spikes prevent me from going over, but that means that the on-off switch here in the bottom row can be activated by a bomb. If we do activate it with a bomb, let's see what happens, because that's not going to change much that I can see right now, actually. These guys can be tapped, which is sort of interesting. Just destroying them, though. Yeah, it looks like the on switch is pretty clearly either an arrow or bomb, and I think it's probably, well, you can do an arrow drop, but I think this is positioned in such a way that it does require a bomb. If you do bomb that location, what does it actually affect? I don't know if I see that yet. It affects the spring that is on the bottom of the 2 springs stack that is on the right column. If you activate the on-off switch, it destroys 1 spring. You activate the on-off switch again, it drops the POW stack by 1. I think so. And we'll see... also the conveyors on the left side affects the cannon positioning, such that if you activate the on-off switches... Okay, the Link puzzles have 2 solutions, with the harder of the 2 as a true ending. I see what's going on with the pipes then. That 1 POW activation gives you the right side pipe, 2 POW activations give you the left side pipe. And of course we'll go for 2. So yeah, I know I'm burning a lot of time here, but I'm just kind of solving this with my eyes, which I like to do with 1 screens. If you activate the on-off switch, what that's going to do is it's going to toggle the conveyor. The conveyor is going to raise the cannon up to the top of that stack. Raising the cannon is going to raise the blaster and then reposition the trampoline. One-way panel in there is just going to control the position of the cannon, I think. We just have to do this and see how the spring is going to go. I did not expect that guy. Okay, that's the piece of information that we needed. Although, really, what else was going to happen? Okay, looks like at this point we want to see where the snake block is going to go. That's important. Except that's going to kill the condition because of the sort of fussiness of that thing. We want it to be lowered down to the snake block. Once you're lowered down to the snake block, then you can get the rest of that stuff done. And yeah, let's start this over. Okay. There we go. It's going to drop, that's going to raise me. And then let's do the lowering. That's going to let me across and allow me to bomb the next on-off switch. When I bomb the next on-off switch, I can only do that once. And that's kind of important to keep in mind. Thinking about the flimsy lift on the left side as well, what could possibly be done with that. Seems like there might be something going on with arrows. Not from this angle, there isn't. Given the ceilings that exist over the P-switch. That's not going to be quite the position we want. That will do much, much better. And that's going to activate the stack on the left for the POWs. If we do another double activation of on-off switches, that gives me access to both POWs, I think, because then I can tap them. Probably with the arrow, given the positioning of the platform. No, if the P-switch is active, then we run over the P-blocks instead of activating the flimsy lift in the middle. Then I can tap 2 POWs. So, what's going to happen is... Oh, nope. I was going to dash over it, actually. That would have been better. We'll just survive this despite having failed the clear condition, just to demonstrate everything that's going on. Now, notice that the on-off switch is going to push the blaster back up, and we don't want to do that just yet. What I'd want to do instead is maybe drop a bomb in this location, and then go over to P-switch. Oh, whoops. Or maybe go for the P-switch and then run over and hit the on-off. Looks like there is going to be some difficulty landing in that location to the right, though. Okay, let's say we do this. Ah, okay, and then the blue platform does deliver you because it is sitting on that track. But if I had an additional cycle of on-off activations... So, for example, if I sort of went down first, I had an additional cycle of on-off activations, then maybe, if I miss the blue platform, I'm able to drop the remaining spring and then have a double POW thing go on. So, that's going to be a failed condition. Definitely going to go for the hard mode solution. And Mang, have a good night. And we will definitely be naboozing along. So thank you for dropping by, Mang, as always. Okay. Yeah, definitely thinking about how that spring interaction is going to work if we do, in fact, tap the top left switch. I know I failed the condition, but I do want to walk through this anyway, just to have some clarity about that. We can, of course, bounce over to this side first. That works too. It works a little more elegantly, in fact. Okay. And yeah, if we hit the P-switch, then we're able to get over... Oh, also, the on-off switch is something that we can hit from below when the P-switch is active. So if we just kind of fall over there gracefully, we can probably fire arrows at the on-off switch or something twice and just destroy POWs. And maybe that's a better idea than doing this one up here, although that makes me wonder what we are missing by not using this on-off switch that is above us right now. Yeah, it is kind of a gate mechanism in terms of choosing which exit you're going to take, so... Okay. Here we go. And down. So we get our choice of both endings. I can sort the bullets, yeah, that's true. We failed the condition earlier, that's why, okay, but we did make it here. And if we make it here... That's sort of interesting, because if we have to keep the clear condition, I guess you have two endings, but they both do take you to the bottom of the flag. If I understand that correctly. That it's kind of there to simulate getting the better ending. But ultimately you get spat out to the same location. Okay, let's do this with the actual clear being registered this time. Assuming we don't make any especially embarrassing execution mistakes. Okay, tap, tap, tap. There we go. That's gonna bring me up. And we'll drop down softly. And then Pegasus across. Okay. Yeah, I guess I can't sort these guys. I really wanted. Leave that switch. Oh, how did that differ? Oh, I see. No, I failed the condition previously when I attempted this, so I didn't pay attention to how I would fail the condition once again. Because obviously what I need to do is tap this, and then tap it again, and use it as a lift. Yes. Okay. I'd forgotten about that interaction previously because I'd already failed the condition by that point. And yeah, no, Mimuga, you're absolutely correct that the clear condition is based on landing, so I can always jump at the end, as I've done many times in the endings of levels with this clear condition. It tells you how rusty I am that I'm forgetting stuff like that. So yeah, Mimuga, you're absolutely correct. Nope. There we go. Yeah, sometimes some very basic stuff like that just slips from my mind in the middle of playing, and of course, we just wind up giving you incorrect explanations of everything that goes on in this game. Oh, whoops. Yeah, kind of hedged on my timing there, and that was a bump against the ceiling, which was not ideal. And Mimuga, it's funny that you say that I see everything with the puzzles because, of course, recently you've seen me have quite a bit of trouble with some of the ones by Bird Dog. Bird Dog 6. Who has stumped me a little more than the usual puzzle maker, just given the trickiness of some of the interactions we see in those levels. Oh, I guess I stopped in a way that was not great on the slope. Like it detected me as falling off the slope. I guess it's just sort of a playtesting mentality that, you know, I sort of take enough of a playtesting attitude towards puzzles that I do find it important, as I often say, to talk about what I'm seeing, because from the puzzle designer's perspective, you want to know what the player is noticing, right? And so, as a playtester, I think it's important to communicate that information. But I think with one-screen puzzles is often a very good sign of fairness if you are in fact, able to just solve the puzzle by looking at it. It's kind of a habit from doing things like chess puzzles as well, where, you know, with chess puzzles, if you are running them on Lichess or something, you do, like, fail to get the clear as soon as you make a wrong move, so you can't just spam moves back and forth, right? Whoops. Okay, no, I did need to lower to look quickly. And so you do kind of get into the habit of reading the whole thing before you ever make a move, because you kind of have to walk through it perfectly on the first try if you want to get full credit. And I find it satisfying to do the same thing with one-screens in this game. Yeah, because from a designer's perspective, I think it's interesting to see what people notice. For sure, like if you are the maker and, you know, for that matter, if you are also trying to solve these. Because then you can see what kind of diversions are working, and whether the visual cues are actually communicating the information you want if you are trying to nudge the player towards some critical piece of information. Okay. Let's wait for one bullet cycle first. Lift this. Lower this. There we go. And against the wall we go. Whoops. Whoops. No, I accidentally killed one POW. That was a mistake. So, I mean, we can take the false ending. No, let's take the true ending. We need to have the proof of concept here. We know how to do it, but yeah, that's the thing that I find is a bit of an issue with this clear condition, is that when you fail to clear condition, if you want to practice the rest of the level, you do not get a signal for when you have failed to clear condition yet again, right? And so sometimes when you kind of decide to practice ahead, you might be doing the wrong thing or an inaccurate thing, and you might not even realize it. But I think there are a lot of implementation issues generally with this clear condition that's, you know, on Nintendo's end, we're just kind of unfortunate because it has so much design potential, and occasionally I see some really great concepts with it, but the UI on Nintendo's end is just so fussy. And there's this kind of lack of contact and lack of impact when you do in fact fail. And also because, you know, the massive blocky screen, like the text just kind of obstructs a whole ton of information at the very beginning, which is not a problem here because at least you have the intro screen get that out of the way before you are in the main action, which here is really built to use the whole screen, and so there's no real estate for the arrow and multiplayer zone at the very start of a Maker 2 layout. Yeah, you see? Very fussy. I have to let myself be carried by that spring by kind of standing a half tile across. SMB2 Mushroom, yeah, does a lot of stuff in this game. I was really happy with how they implemented that, I will say. And I think a lot of puzzle people notice that right away, that SMB2 is just kind of a dream item, the way to put this in a game. In a way that I think is actually much more interesting than if they just had a separate SMB2 style. Like, I really like the way it works with SMB1 mechanics. Nope. Okay. Up we go. And up we go. Let's just get pushed once again. And let's do the dash first. I think it's a little cleaner to do it that way. Oops. Soft to drop the bomb. Okay. Find a better timing for everything here. And yeah, let's just drop down gracefully. No, we are fine with POWs. Yeah, because I used a lift. The reason I did double tap on this switch last time was because I did not use the on-off switch on the top left as the lift to take me up and down. So I'd forgotten that the last time I was here, and that's why I kind of over-activated the switch and killed too many of the POWs. So, very clear to me now why I was making that mistake. In any event, true ending. Okay, let's look at the other one. Legend of Zelda Puzzle Shrine number 2. Use Link's powers in this icy one-screen puzzle. No jumping allowed. Perfect, scoring a whole ton of records in this stuff. Reaching the goal without landing after leaving the ground. Yeah, we can do that. I hope. Very similar kind of entrance, except that we are now in winter. And thank you for the GGs. Okay, that's going to drop me down right away. And yeah, we'll just read the screen. Arrows will activate the P-switches, I believe. Didn't really have any arrow interactions at the end of the previous one, now that I think about it. Anyway, we have 2 different blue pipes going on, but no POWs by the look of it. However, Seesaw may be the key here in terms of getting things like the munchers out of the way. So yeah, initially, I guess the thing to observe about the P-switches is that they give me that bridge up top. But I do need a little bit of seesaw manipulation in order to get up there safely without jumping. However, blue platform on the bottom track is something that's going to fly off the track, and I'm not sure if it flies off the track by enough of a distance to get me across. Bomb is going to be able to break the ice block over here. By breaking the ice block, though, it is also going to hit the on-off switch unless I have like a specific timing trick, which I would not expect to be the idea. Like, for example, if I held this, and if I actually had a slightly different timing, I think it's possible to break the ice without breaking the on-off. You might even be able to do that just by doing a soft drop of the bomb on top of the P-switch like that. Like, that would be within range of the ice, and maybe that would work. Now, let's see if something like a Pegasus dash across the P-switch gets me over... No, it doesn't. Let's explore a bit first. Just to see a couple of things that will be important information, like how far off this flies off the track. Not very far at all, actually. But it does act as a lift to take me over to locations like that, and let me walk around generally. With the P-switch active, that would mean I could get through the blue pipe to the right, but of course, it would be much fancier to get through this one over here with the big muncher. Let's play around some more. Okay. Down we go. Once again, yeah, I kind of like the idea of attempting to break the ice block with a bomb that doesn't reach all the way. Whoops, not like that. I just kind of want to see what happens. Especially if that is part of the hard mode solution. We cannot just drop off, of course. In fact, if I have a timed activation on the on-off switch, the idea would be that this pushes me through here, then lowers me onto the blue blocks once the on-off switch has been activated. And that might be the kind of thing we want to go for, given that if we leave the P switch on the bottom alive for the time being, then things might get interesting. And then, obviously, the P on the top left will be inaccessible for now, but... yeah, because I think the idea here is that if I actually do manage to raise the P up to the top of this semi-solid here, then a sword tap might be able to get it on top of the seesaw. And lower the seesaw in such a way that allows me to walk. But I think in order to do that, I need to throw this. Nope, that's gonna miss. Yeah, maybe the ice block was kind of important in that it would have stopped the bomb and allowed me to hit the on-off here accurately. It's okay, we'll just have to do it this way instead. Nope, that's not gonna hit. Okay, maybe I should have left the ice block in place instead of breaking everything. But I can also drop a bomb and then tap it. I don't know if the timing is going to work out too well here, but... not quite. Not quite. Let's just leave the ice block in place then. Because then we don't have to spend that extra timing window on the sword tap on the way over. And okay, we'll wait for the platform. We will not touch the P-switch over here just yet. And that should lower me gently. And then I should drop a bomb on this location here. Maybe even tap it all the way across. Okay, interesting. If I do a soft drop on the bomb, that will allow me to... whoops. Get over, I think. Because now that I'm on the seesaw, I get to go gently wherever I want, I think. Even... no, it's not quite within range of reaching the muncher, but it is allowing me to go up top, if I'm quick about it. As long as it doesn't register it as a drop interaction. Also allows me to go up to the top right without hitting the P-switch. But ideally, I would like some way to get on top of the donut block there. Without, once again, activating the condition. Yeah, because it looks like if I activate the P-switch, so for example by an arrow shot, then I would be able to get up onto the top layer. Oh yeah, I can shoot through, I'm pretty sure. No, I can't. This is not going to do anything for me. Because the muncher is against the wall. However, I am able to shoot the on-off switch up top. Shooting the on-off switch allows me to shoot the other P. Shooting the other P is something that I would want to do from the top location because then I can use the bridge. In order to do that, whoops, nope, that's a mistake. I would have wanted to use the dash. I think maybe the Pegasus dash is just enough speed to get me up to the top which then allows me to shoot the P on the left side, and when I shoot the P on the left side, I get the bridge that allows me to shield bump the Muncher on the right over onto the jump block. Okay, down we go. Once again, let's leave the ice block in place instead of being too experimental. And okay. Yep, that's fine. This will go up. We will go down. Let's go into the bottom position. And then dash upwards. Okay, great. Except, of course, I forgot to do the on-off activation first. So that's a problem. Let's do it again. I have to hit the on-off switch first, and then I do the Pegasus dash over to the left side, hit the P-switch, cross the bridge, bump the Muncher, and then that will be the game plan. And we'll see what's next after that. I would assume that the jump block actually drops a bomb, given that it's going to blow up the ice blocks. Once you blow up the ice blocks down there, then we're in interesting shape. Although I don't know yet what the icicle is going to do. I mean, I guess the icicle is just there to prevent you from playing around in that location. Also, interestingly enough, if you don't hit the P-switch and you just drop directly without doing the Muncher bump, you might be able to just throw your own bomb over to the ice blocks onto the right side under that icicle. And that way you kind of skip the P-switch entirely. And yeah, instead of going through the blue pipe, we would go to the left. After we hit the bottom right corner, we go to the left, and then that's when we hit that platform. So we'll think about those interactions when we get there, but I'm kind of looking ahead to see what kinds of possibilities await, and whether there are any shortcuts that might be relevant here. Does look like we will need this. And then we will do the dash up here. Okay. And then... yeah, that's going to secure that in that location. I do have to drop softly using platform down here. Ah, it's a POW. I didn't expect a POW. But then the way we'll deal with that is by doing what I said earlier, which is going down, dropping a bomb. Once we drop the bomb, that should activate the POW, in fact, when we blow up the block that is under it. No. Let me think about that. Regardless, the POW is going to destroy the Muncher. And that's really quite important. So let's go down here. Pop that. Yeah, it's going to destroy the Muncher. Now we activate the lift. By going like that. And then we go back up to the seesaw. Once we go back up to the seesaw, by taking the lift down this side, and then we can go in that blue pipe. And I'll have to think about how that's going to work here. I don't think it's going to be anything particularly tricky, given that the P-switch... we don't really need the P-switch at this point. I don't think so, anyway. Except the P-switch is going to... no, I don't think we need it, in fact. I don't even know what this guy's doing here, except giving us the head bump. Which could always be interesting. Yeah, actually, the P-switch may serve an interesting function here as a blocking piece that allows me to do the bomb activation for the on-off switch, because we do need the same bomb activation in order to get around. So for example, we bump the P switch over here, then when we throw a bomb on the left side, then we can activate the on-off switch the same way we did with the ice block earlier. And so yeah, that will be the interaction. We go up the seesaw, we go down to the muncher, and that will be the advanced solution. Okay, great. So once again, we will prepare to bombard this location. And then we'll do the seesaw ride. Nope, not quite. Not quite. Too much of a bump there. Too much of a bump there too, but luckily still in position. Okay, on off. It's gonna be there. Pegasus Dash is actually not going to register as a fall, which is very fortunate. How? And then we drop a bomb over in that location to get rid of the muncher. Okay, muncher goes down. Activate this platform here. And then we get the P into position the way that we were talking about earlier. Let's not have too many execution mistakes here with the fussiest clear condition in the game. Very near thing with that drop. Okay, just need to stand right on the very edge. Okay. Oh, whoops. Okay, so much for that idea. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Because I just wanted to bump the P over a little bit more. I wonder if in that position, even though we did lose the clear condition already, whether that would have still put the bomb within range. I don't know. No, it doesn't seem so. So let's figure out how to salvage something like this. Okay, that would probably do the trick. So that's how to get out of that trouble if we get into it in the first place. That's okay, we've got a solution, we just need to walk through the sequence accurately. And we should be fine from here. Okay. Now let's drop this. Whoops. Yeah, not a great idea. And Mamuga, yeah, thanks for dropping by once again. The permanent mods are always available if you want to catch up afterwards, but thank you for joining me as always, and I hope you've been enjoying many of these levels on your end as well. So, let's punch the on-off switch over there. Yeah, I have to kind of fire into the arc, I think. There we go. Okay. This is fairly straightforward. I sometimes die or take damage to the muncher shield bump over and over, but today we've been thankfully spared that kind of error. I remember that being a big problem for me early on after the Link patch. I knew about the muncher bump with the shield as an interaction very early on, but it was very often a source of some execution-related mistakes. Not even that hard to maneuver, it's just that, you know, if you aren't careful with positioning, things happen. Okay, once again, I do want to bump the P into a slightly better position without getting trapped underneath it like we had seen last time. Just to make sure the bomb is going to be in place. There we go. That should be fine. Yeah, because the bomb should be within range now. No matter what. Okay. Here we go. Same idea as before. Not quite like that. You do a soft drop. And then we follow the seesaw down to the pipe. Let it settle. And there we are. And that is the clear. Interesting use of the flimsy lift at the end of the pipe there, because then the slope prevents you from re-entering the pipe, but the lift ensures that you don't fail the clear condition upon exiting. So, nice touch. Okay, there was a particular one you were recommending earlier. Bacon, egg, and keys. Let's take a look at that one. We don't, of course, just have to do puzzles, of course. The platforming side of things has been slightly neglected today. Bacon, egg, and keys. Might be a newer one. I want to see turn-based combat later. We might save that after the bacon and eggs first, though. Because bacon and eggs should always take priority over many things. Oh, it's something new? Yeah. Then I think it is something older. I haven't played most of these, actually. Like, I felt like I'd played more than I actually had. But I think I'd mostly just played some of the newest stuff. Dr. Goomrat's timer training. Yeah, I'll look at for the bacon and eggs first, though, in case I... And discover where it went. I don't think I see it. Bacon eggs is newer, okay. Yeah. Let's, before I forget, let's go down to do a turn-based combat. Otherwise I am going to forget. Just as a bit of a break. Take turns attacking and dodging with 3 bosses. Turn on comments for tips. We're going to leave the comments off because there are 387 of them. It's always actually been kind of a nuisance that you can't just have a setting on the player's side to have maker comments only. You know, for things like adventure, puzzles, and such, which get overwhelmed once they reach too big a player base. I've seen some people do it by way of just putting in the maker comments, but then shutting comments onto courses, but of course you wouldn't just want to do that across your whole profile. I remember seeing similar concepts in Maker 1. Oh yeah, I can jump again. We haven't done that in a while. I have to get used to the idea. Oh, whoops. Okay, so he's going to fire at me, and then I hit the on-off switch and I fire at him, except I have to do it with good timing. Okay. Yeah, I see. Do it with good timing so the shell doesn't get crushed. Yeah, so I guess get 3 hits. Oh, and he's going to miss. But he's going to fire a second shot. And of course, I do need a shot to come down in order to activate the on-off switch. So I don't get a shot off until he hits, or until he fires into my location. Probably the first time you dabbled in contraptions, okay. Yeah, it reminds me of some Maker 1 concepts for sure. Because I remember seeing some stuff like this shown off when I was kind of getting back into Maker 1 late. And I know that some of the contraption channels like Sieve Gaming really popularized trying to do some kind of turn-based mechanism. Or just, you know, hit point fights in general, survival fights, etc. Okay, we actually have to hit by watching the timing on the yellow platform. which we have not been doing successfully. Ooh, spiny shells down there, so we can't just stomp on them, of course. Yep, it's gonna miss. Oh, whoops, my mistake. Came way too early before my shell was even released. Yeah, let's wait for the platform to come on the way up. There we go, that's a hit. Not exactly critical damage there, but... Other presence of the burner is just to, you know, create that sense of alternation. And to just spend some spare entities, I guess. And luckily the hammers are going to be very much safely out of the way. Oops. Whoa, okay. Alright. Let's wait. And time one of these accurately. Oh, okay. He's gonna back up and okay, we got hit. Unfortunately. Let's see. Nope. Very quick release on our opponent's side this time. I'm going too early. Let's... Okay, that was too late. So let's wait for it to come up to, say, the middle of the top one-way panel. No, that's also too late. So the bottom of the middle one-way panel, let's say. That will be our target. There we go. Now let's see what other fights lie in store. And I see that we've caged the Boom Boom and Bowser Jr. after having defeated them. Okay, now time for the big boss. Yes, we can jump to this level. Yes, we can hit, but... I guess I have to think about what the platforms are actually doing in terms of manipulating position. Okay. Our flower is going to be useful here. Yeah, I mean, they just delayed a shell, actually. It's not, going to have that much of an effect. We'll consistently hit, it's just a matter of how long it takes to do any of that. Okay. So yeah. Actually, a much more straightforward and deterministic fight than some of the other ones before. Bowser cheats in this one and doesn't wait his turn. Oh, I see that. Whoops. Should try to release a flower. I thought the red pipe released a flower, but maybe I wasn't reading that accurately. Anyway, here we are through room number 3. Run! Okay. Oh, because of music. Oh, Final Fantasy, okay. Let's not get sniped by Bowser at the ending. That would be a very unfortunate way to finish. And thank you for the GGs. Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at some other stuff. Haunted picture frames. The comment section. I see that there are over 1,000 comments on this, which... I'm curious. Enter the comment section of Udara. Yeah, we'll turn comments on once we're in the level, just to see what's going on. %50 completion. I'm very curious. meme level, yeah. Oh, because of like everybody posting such and such gang, right? A gang, pipe gang. Start of the level gang. Gang entered a gang. Okay. Well, I'm glad this was, I guess, very thoroughly crowdsourced. Yeah, I like Banana's gang. That guy's got style. I thought that guy just proclaimed that he just posted a comment in the comment section. I just can't spell. Cool idea. Oh yeah, these are the various comment cards. Nobody posted cool idea up there, unfortunately. Or maybe there were so many comments that we couldn't see it. Soft lock here. Soft lock here. Okay, okay. That guy wins, I think. Soft lock here. I have seen that guy before. Oh, here it is. Soft lock. Okay. Well, luckily we know how to get out of one of these. Just have to play the control level anti-soft lock game. Not soft lock. Same, also. N gang, O gang. Okay. I'm gonna add the level code. Oh, this guy left a drawing. Zero out of 10. 10 out or 10. 2 out of 10. Can't find his vine. JK. This guy's got the high ground. Which vaguely reminds me of that, was this level that was making it the rounds like very early on in Maker 2 that just, you know, was this Anakin Skywalker joke level that just consisted of trying to make your way over one hammer bro that was sitting on the axe. I think it was called like It's Over Anakin or something like that, but I never got the code for that. I just remember seeing that around, and it was one of the very early social media hits in this game. We haven't picked up the pink coin at any time, but Epic Gamer. We don't have the true ending though. At least I don't think so. Ah, here we go. Invisible blocks. Oh, look. Developer comment there. Developer has gone to highest, which is curious. Interesting. I call shenanigans on that. I wonder... Yeah, it must be some kind of secret drop or something. We have to inspect the level afterwards to see what's going on with the highest up there. But anyway, here's the exit. Of course, we have to leave some kind of contribution in this level, I think. I may have to dip back in a moment. Finisher gang. Guys, help, I'm softlocked. How do I get off this menu? Of course we're going to put a like on it. I remember seeing some art gallery level that was kind of like this as well, where it was just an open space for people to dump their comment art. Oh, you just got a high jump, okay. Let me inspect that anyway. Just out of curiosity. Okay, nothing terribly hidden. Maybe I just didn't notice what was going on with the pink coin. Okay, anyway, we are going to leave a little contribution here, and I think I have an idea. Hang on. Watch this. pipe. We are allowed 2 comments. Caps lock. Eingang. And then we're going to make our way to the exit. And yeah, just play the level. Read the comments that we didn't see previously. Cool idea. Oh, there's the pink coin. It's over there. Pink coin was part of the art for the comment cards. Yeah, I do see it now. Yeah. Not soft lock. Level code. 0 out of 10. We're not going to get the speed record on this, I don't think, but that's okay. Going to come over here. Oh no, maybe I should have done the castle exit, except I can't get past a flag. That's okay, we'll leave the comment over here. Ausgang. Okay. Now we've made this sufficiently multilingual and we never have to stare at the comments again. So, there we are. We've joined the gang. Description gang. Yeah, I guess this was a kind of big one, partly from the high clear rate. Cuphead-inspired boss fight, we have to see it. I guess that... Does it actually work in Dutch? Okay, I don't really know my Dutch, but yeah, that's about the extent of my German, so... Bowser conveys a message with his new castle. Yeah, about 30%. This will be quick. Might as well just explore this. So yeah, going much better in terms of clears, as I was saying earlier, than Document Day last week. That's okay. We had a whole Cuphead-inspired series by one of our submitters here over the course of several weeks last year. Those were the levels by Glitch, who still shows up and sends me 3D world bosses. I love the way the munchers just kind of pile in here. And then... okay. And head over here. That's just going to control the conveyor to get over to these coins here. Pretty clearly signaled so far. A bunch of POWs will rest on that location and we'll just jump across as we go. Okay, so in Dutch. Yeah, I don't know very much about Dutch as a language. I feel like I should maybe learn some Dutch for the sake of Mario Maker. That's okay. In the meantime, all you folks speak to me in English, so that's going to work well enough. Anyway, that's just going to be the Fire Flower. I did, of course, notice these boxes facing outwards. Okay. I see why it's 20% in terms of being gentle about fire, but we'll need to actually get in a position. Oh. You can see this very naturally suggesting a hard mode as well, but whoops. Okay, I have to get like 40 shots on this guy. It's going to take some time. Luckily, lots of replenishment, because I'm getting hit constantly by what I like to call Mr. RNG. Okay. Yeah, interesting how the munchers create a bit of a dead zone for the fire. So you can't just deflect it endlessly, you do in fact need to get onto a decent position. The munchers are a nice touch. In terms of just not totally trivializing this thing, and whoop, there we go. Okay, almost there. Nope, not quite. Okay, here we are. Yeah, I do like the way that the platforms on the left are kind of being used to reset the whole sequence and cycle it around. Lots of stuff going on here on a limited entity budget. So, very cool idea. Of course, we're going to grab these for endless. And let's hit the axe. The boss is ridiculously easy to cheese. I guess I wasn't paying too much attention with that. But too busy jumping around. I guess if you're thinking about hitting the POWs, you know, by carrying the POWs if you're up against a corner or something, I wasn't really watching that room carefully enough to think about the POW strategy. You can damage boost and walk right through the door. Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, that's the way it is with a lot of those Bowser concepts, I guess. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Which, you know, oh well. We played it the cool way. Bowser's Flying Castle. Sure, let's do these as a set. May as well take a look. Since we're doing a nice big catch-up session. Whoops. Okay. You had it in NSMBU initially where he bounces you away. Oh, yes. The collision. Yeah, kind of interesting that they have that difference in collision rules. And also just a lot of subtle differences in Bowser behavior, generally. Well, some of them subtle, some of them much more obvious. Okay, so at some point we need to... Okay, that's fine. We'll do it that way. Nope, let's not slip. And around we go. And of course we're going for that rather unwisely. Nope, hang on. There we are. A lot of different patterns to work with here. Okay, thought I'd check the pipe anyway. Didn't seem to be anything. Unless I just failed at entering the up input. Here's the boss room. Okay, once again, yeah. I'm not going to just punch our way through to the key door this time, though. It looks like we are a bit more obstructed. Whoops. And actually, yeah, I can see what you're saying about a Cuphead-like fight, because I do remember Grim Matchstick being set up very similarly, except, you know, the difference being that Grim Matchstick took me about 2 hours the first time I tried to fight him. I think that was actually the hardest fight in the game for me, in terms of the first clear. Because of that second phase where you needed to, you know, get the bounces through the middle section, if I recall. I am really looking forward to Cuphead DLC when they eventually get around to finishing it. That was one of those things that was kind of COVID delayed last year. But I do need to relearn the game, though, in order to do that. I don't have the game knowledge I used to when I was actually playing through it. But yeah, I very clearly remember Grim Matchstick to be the most time-consuming boss for me to learn, considering how regular the pattern actually is. I mean, it's just one of those fights that's very rewarding to master, though. I like the bounce in the Fire Flower, giving you the way back up. Okay. Except, of course, that Fire Flower is not going to be as cooperative, but we'll just drop into this location here and try not to die to time at this point. Whoops. Yeah. I mean, obviously, you know, with this kind of item replenishment, there very often is the risk of things being spammy, but I think that even if you do grab the flower, you do still need to work to get back into position, and so in this case, I don't mind it so much. I think that's the general philosophy I like when it comes to giving infinite items and bosses, where if you're going to do it, the player still has to put in the work in one direction or the other, either to get the item or survive with the item. And okay, there we go. And oh, that guy has the key. Didn't think about it that way. That's sort of interesting that the key is set up that way. Anyway, here's the delivery service. 1-ups for endless. Let's not time out. You said Dr. Goomrat's timer training was one of the more platformy ones. Dr. Goomrat trained Mario to have a Pavlovian reflex. Jump when he hears a bell? Yes, he can. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, you couldn't put the key in Bowser since he's on track. That's right. Yeah, that's always been sort of an interesting restriction. I think the restriction is probably because of the way that things on tracks just remain loaded onto tracks, like even when they're way, way off screen and darting around the entire level. Like, I can kind of see why Nintendo put in a restriction as a bit of a control against just spawning something on a track and sending it massively out of position. At least that's what I would think is the reasoning. I don't know if there would be a better quality control reason to be doing that. We'll take a look at this, and then I'll see if I can find that bacon and eggs level you were talking about, which I assume just has something to do with Yoshi eggs. Okay, so we're going to listen to the bell. You also can't place a key on a track, and yeah. Interesting that you do have the rising and falling lava here for what so far is just cosmetic reasons, but we'll see if that winds up mattering later on. Okay, there's a key. Kind of interesting to go to a level like this after recently playing some 3D World and re-experiencing the way that different difficulties of timer levels are balanced. Because you know how there is that big beep block slide level where there's a 3 beep version and a 1 beep version, I believe. Beep, beep. Okay. Of course we're going for it. I'm fascinated by the way that the timer is synchronized to the Goomrat, where whenever the Goomrat approaches the switch, that gives you the visual indication of when the switch activation is happening. Nope. Oh, you know what? Let's just do this. Yeah, of course, they just kind of, you know, kiss in the middle here. So yeah, kind of a nice visual cue along the edges of the screen. As always, okay, now we actually have to do a bit of a climb. Okay, gonna be 4 beats here. 4 chimes, rather. Whoops, my mistake. Flubbing the easy jumps, as we sometimes do. Okay. Up we go. Whoops. Didn't expect to get the bounce there. And let's just get trapped. Up we go. And we'll just do the climb. Shortcut that slightly. 10 coin on this side. Looks like we've picked a winner. Let's not get trapped. Tanuki Leaf is quite useful here. Whoops. Yeah, not too much time pressure, but it does escalate steadily. Okay, hitting 1 is important. Oh, whoops. Yeah, read that a little bit slowly at the end there. Okay. Yeah, really interesting to think about just how second nature the on-off state blocks have become in the time that Mario Maker 2 has been out. There are a few things that fall into that category of making you wonder how we ever managed without them in Maker 1. That is definitely one of them. Anyway, up we go. No, not idea. Yeah, I kind of like that rising mechanism on the left and right, with the cannons being placed on top of the dry bone shells, so they escalate along with the lava level. Okay, here we go. And of course you have auto-scroll here that is synchronized with the lava speed down below, and very often when levels do that and have the bottom and top of the ceiling synchronized, I find that they can crunch me against the ceiling quite a bit. I don't really have that problem here, partly because there's quite a lot of incentive to have that perpendicular movement from left to right, right to left. And I think that's generally a good principle of auto-scroll, that, you know, if there are pacing issues, you want reasons for the player to take some risks and go perpendicular and feel like they're losing progress, like when you do little dips. Go low like that. Whoops, uh-oh, whoa. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Just missed my opportunity. Okay. Going to go fast out of the checkpoint, which is nice and satisfying. Up we go. Okay. And further. Okay. Yeah, just need to not lose too much of our position here. Very often you do need to go on the first cycle on a number of these obstacles. Particularly if you want to survive the dip later on in this section. Nope. That was a bit of a last-minute decision, and as with many last-minute decisions, it would have been better to just wait out that cycle. Go to the right side of the blaster the way that we had done successfully before. Okay, here we go. And further up. Also, a nice general principle with auto-scroll, I think, is just the ability to kind of fall behind but catch up. So it's not really strict pacing, but just enough pressure that you feel like you need to kind of buy time by getting ahead, or make up for lost time if you do in fact fall behind. So that's something that I think is working quite well with this layout, just in a way that occasionally, you know, it takes you down, takes you up. Okay. Good cycle here. I do feel like I am kind of hugging the ceiling, but that's always just kind of a risk because of this aspect ratio. You know, just a perception that you're getting squeezed. Okay, up we go. Not going to try the middle segment. That does not look to be the thing to do. Okay, boss time, it seems. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, just need to look that stack lower. I think it is pretty much a pure survival fight if you look at it. And everything is just going to gradually unstack. Okay, there we go. And yeah, now that the stack is low enough, we can just go down the pipe on the other side. Don't know if there's a particular reason why we would want the whole thing to unstack, other than just putting ourselves at further risk. The way we powerfully demonstrated right there. Yeah, I guess once the cannon is out of the way, then the height is workable. Okay, I have to deal without the Tanuki leaf this time around. Okay. Just have to fix up some timings on our end. Let everything... not everything, most things get lowered. Whoops. Bad idea. I thought I was going to be able to cut momentum before ramming into that guy's face. But Boomrat had other plans. Oh, whoops. Yeah, someone was commenting here last week that survival timers seem to be much less in fashion in Maker 2 than they were in 1. But in general, I think that's true of many boss concepts, despite how many possibilities have opened up for boss concepts in this game. It's kind of surprising that they're not more popular, given how much boss levels can often do to, you know, make this game seem quite fresh. I can see why you have the clouds there, basically to specifically prevent the cannons from dropping into the middle section. It seems like that is the quality control that we have there, just as a bit of a debug point. How it's made. Oh, I see, okay. That's really interesting, actually, to watch that spiny cycle. 2, 3 hits. I was too busy watching it and didn't go through the pipe because I was too busy studying the contraption. That's okay. Yeah, very nice mechanism. And of course, you know, with that you used a spiny, but of course the instrument is flexible so long as the deflection pattern remains in place. Okay. And yeah, just very well hidden too, to just make everything work in an intuitive way. Yeah, there we go. Slap that thing and we have all of this safely tucked above. You're afraid that would happen? Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just... Hey, what if it happens if I just tail whip this thing? Okay. Let's actually go through this time. That is actually kind of mesmerizing to watch. Yeah, I guess because here we're in the horizontal segment, we kind of see that remain loaded. Previously, of course, we just saw the mechanism as it worked during the vertical auto-scroll, which I guess the benefit of the auto-scroll there is that you also do control a lot of the spawn positioning of anything that needs spawning, although, of course, the track timing is just going to do its own thing. And thank you for the GG. I don't know if I'll stay on for that much more, but definitely wanted to take a look at the bacon level you mentioned earlier. Bernie Sanders. Mount Everest. Bacon egg. No, we've done bacon, egg, and keys. I remember that one. We did that a while ago, actually. And I remember quite liking it. I did that one before 4YMM because we were doing 4YMM preview nights where I was going through everybody's profile to play at least a few things. But yeah, I went through a pretty big pile today. We'll do a few more, like if you have a particular puzzles. 17% on this one, might consider that. But, wow, look at this thing. 300,000 plays, what's going on here? Oh, I see, kind of an easy theme level, very early on in the game. You know, I remember seeing very similar concepts using SMB3 in the first game that were not repeatable here in Maker 2 because we no longer have the telephone sound. Because I remember seeing like office building levels where you would just have telephones ringing everywhere. Comments maxed out on this one. It's garbage? Yeah, let's see the garbage. Look, it wouldn't be that popular, would it, if it weren't in some way questionable. Bus station, okay. Yeah, it looks like it's just a kind of pure theme level. We'll see it. We'll definitely see it. Oh, okay, it's one of these concepts. We're just kind of trapped inside the commute. Well, pretty reasonable so far. Whoops. Reminds me of your second ever level. Electrocuted, this is probably something I have played. I'm just trying to think of what that would be. Anyway, let's not crash into the glass windows of this building, because, you know, that happens all the time when you're taking the bus. And opening up like that also happens all the time when you're taking the bus. Oh, one-way panel is going to stop me from exploring too much. We are obviously going to check up here. Whoops. Hang on, before we hit the checkpoint, not that it matters. Unless we die. Whoops. We should probably just take the checkpoint, but it's okay. Might as well take some risks. Hang on. Careful, there's a soft lock up there. Okay, I see. Because, of course, if you get 300,000 plays, that's the level that has a soft lock, right? Whoops. Probably would be easier if I took a hit first. Okay, there we go. Hang on. No, we're doing it. Probably nothing interesting, but, you know. Why don't I just go up here and shortcut part of it? Oh, okay, there's a coin. There's a coin. Now we must do the proof of concept. This is why I don't do the getting over it levels very often, as you can see. Precisely punishes you for not doing this kind of thing well. Oops. Whoops. Hang on. We're scaling the building. Eventually. And, Merlin, I remember you telling me that you had made a getting over it level. But I don't think we had seen yet. I'll have to keep that one in mind. Well, actually, no, maybe not. Maybe let's not keep that one in mind when you've got tons of other stuff to play. Actually, no, I trust that you made something interesting. Even if it is, getting over it. And if we don't like it, I'm sure we will just get over it. You know what? Why don't we just go side to side? Why didn't I just consider that earlier? Might as well just hit the checkpoint. Okay. Oh, because we wind up doing that. Hang on. This is kind of a silly thing to spend our time on, when we already know it's just coins and a soft lock up there, but... Only 3 people completed it so far. Yeah, that's not a great sign for my chances of completing it. But... okay. The ice is a surprisingly effective deterrent to doing this. There we go. Hi! Soft lock up here, really? Oh, probably if you hit like a block in the H or something? No. Soft lock up here. Oh, if you jump under the... yeah. Because if you get stuck there, yeah. I see it. Let's not demonstrate that. Over with the H gang. Okay. Okay, fired. Look at all these moles in their cubicles. Sort the files. Okay, let's do that. It'll be like playing Human Resource Machine again. If any of you have ever played the programming puzzle games by Tomorrow Corporation. Okay, so yeah, we need red to go on the left and black to go on the right. Because then that creates a stack for the Koopa to walk across over to the jump block and give me the key. Okay, I understand the concept. Let's reset, because, you know, that's what we do every morning at work. Apparently. So we need to watch what's going on here. And there we go. Kind of a neat concept, actually. Okay, there we are. I mean, very simple interaction, but one that is thematically appropriate. And poor Koopa is just going to get trapped in the corner after doing his duty. Let's grab the fire flower. The boss. Okay. Ah, here's the boss. Oh, I see, because he's trying to fire me. That makes total sense. Fire flower here, okay. And we'll just collect his salary, apparently. And we'll make some money. Grab some of his stock options. And that's a clear. Yeah, that's a wildly popular level. Probably one of the biggest player counts that I've seen in recent memory. Because I don't really play the top list, right? And so, and of course, you know, there's been some deflation in the numbers since the launch of the game. You can also soft lock in the boss room if you leave the clown car up top, yeah. Seems like the kind of thing that would happen. The key in the basement. That's also like an uber popular level. Is there a particular puzzle, like the top 30 of all time? That's very interesting. I didn't know that, but it seemed like the kind of thing that would be, like if you're getting numbers like 300k. I guess if you just kind of struck the right chord, you know, early on in the game, but these are week 1 levels, and you have like week 1 puzzles. Hop, flip, and a jump. 0.69% puzzled. Okay, so a lot of people wiped out on this, but I guess that would have been very early in the lifespan of the game. Let's do it. Low clear rate puzzle? That's not suspicious at all. I mean, we had seen one earlier today with the one that was in 3D World Desert. That really wasn't too bad. I guess this is just sort of a thematic exit. It's telling you hi. And Palace of the Golden Orb, Palace of Pain are good platformers. Yeah, we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, I was kind of thinking, look at the cover image of Palace of Pain, that it looked like a Hollow Knight level, because I've seen a lot of people try to do the Path of Pain remakes. Like, that's something very popular in this game that was not, of course, around at the same scale in Maker 1. Okay, so let's not jump up here just yet. I assume that might be responsible for some of the low clear rates, if people are just going to get themselves in that position with no bomb to get them back out. We would need to blow up that block first. E-switch would first of all drop out the yellow turn blocks that are on the left column, as well as lower the blaster by 1 slot, which is kind of interesting. And in fact, if those do transform into coins, that would take out the blaster entirely when a P-switch expires. Looks like we need a POW interaction to kill the Big Muncher. If you kill the Big Muncher, he becomes available as something that will presumably fall into that single tile slot, which means I can step on it but not carry it. 2 different key doors here. We know that red pipe is going to be the exit. We know that, yeah, we need to activate 2 POWs so I can jump up into this location here with the key, and then pop over to the other side. Not clear where the key is yet, although the question block up top does look kind of suspicious. Can I come up here yet? No. So I guess the only way forward right now is to come over here, hit the question block, hope the bomb interaction or whatever else gets me through actually goes as planned. Could be... no, not Spike Ball, because this was day 1 level. And yeah, I really feel like I want to replay Hollow Knight as well before Silk Song comes out. Let's see what's in here. Coin block, okay. Okay, so that is what I expected, which is a trap. So let's start over and think about this. I thought that's what was going to happen, but you know, sometimes you have to check these things. Obviously, you know, if this were something like a troll level, then the thing that looks like it's locking you might not actually be locking you, and you might have a bomb that drops out of the sky. Not going to rely on that here. Troll logic isn't necessarily what we're going to be working with. This downslope seems to indicate that I will not be making that jump. Silk Song is a myth at this point. I don't know about that. There we go. Got the POW. That's going to get me to P, but I feel like I want to get the POW up here first, just so I can, whoops, have a bomb fired on top of my head, which may be partly responsible for the clear rate. So it looks like step 1. Yeah, don't detonate the POW yet. Grab the bomb. Maybe if we stand here, then the deflection will... No, it won't. I was looking at the deflection pattern to find the safe spot with the bomb. The bomb, of course, will just allow me to punch through this central section. Flipping the Goomba by hitting the block under it looks like it might be relevant. Because if you're able to hit the block multiple times, like, or even once, then you can flip the Goomba up and eventually use it, right? Or somehow transport it. Because I'm looking at a number of things. There's the hard block that's underneath the POW that seems to indicate that eventually, like maybe a jump block will give you a bomb or something to drop the POW. There's the interaction with potentially bumping the Goomba. There's the bomb over here, which we are going to step on. In fact, we can grab 2 bombs. One over here. No, because that'll blow up the POW, and we don't want that because I want to keep the Goomba alive, I think. Because the idea would be, let's check over here. Nope, we can't check over there. The idea would be to throw the Goomba in that location once we capture it. Throwing the Goomba to the right allows you to have a certain spawning pattern using all of the jump blocks on the right side of the screen. Because, you know, Goomba steps on the one on the right, it drops something. Then it walks to the left, it hits the second one. But if it hits the second one on the way down, that would be probably something like a vine, unless it's dropping fire or something similar. And yeah, Merlin, that's the thing, is I think the time waiting for the first game when it came to the Switch port also paid off. It was one of the games that I told myself, even before they ever announced the Switch version, I think, that I wanted to wait for Switch. And that's paid off multiple times. I said that to myself with Into the Breach, and that came out. I said that to myself with Outer Wilds, and that's coming out in a few months. Like, sometimes you can just kind of have a good feeling about something coming out on Switch, and it will just do it. And it's very convenient for all of us. Interestingly enough, even without the P-switch, I think the bomb can blow up the yellow blocks if you take the risk of throwing it with good timing, which I'm not going to do. Yeah, going to attempt the Goomba thing here. Because now it's going to walk. And it's going to get up, actually. It's going to get up and walk out this level. That's right. I know because I recently played a level that was a Buzzy Beetle puzzle that operated along similar lines. Oh, I sure hope it doesn't drop into the middle slot. Looks like it might. Nope, it'll drop over there. And I will totally fail to take it through the donut block. Probably because I wasn't able to drop safely off this last time, but I wonder if that's inherently the case. Yeah, I think so. Didn't think about the donut block, actually. Yeah, I know it's an early puzzle, but, you know, we're going to do it anyway. I think we can make our way through this. Okay. That does have the risk of blowing up the Goomba if it's put in 2 tiles, but we'll take the Goomba up and then... Yeah, I feel like the Goomba actually should go down to the lower level, such that, you know, you blow up the power first, then you pick up the Goomba, then you drop it down to the lower area, except then I don't have a particularly good way of pushing it over. I think the idea here is that you need something to interact with this track down here, because the track, if some kind of object drops down onto the track, it would be able to push a Goomba over, and then it would be able to hop over from the bottom up. So yeah, we're not going to be pushing it through here. What's going to happen instead is we're going to give the Goomba a chance to spawn a vine that I can then climb down on this side. And then maybe that's the thing that's going to get me something like the key. So for example, if the top jump block holds the key, the idea would be that the Goomba would be pushed by some object on the track over to the right side. It would get up, it would hit first jump block, that would propel it to the layer above the second jump block. Second jump block would spawn a vine, we would go down to vine, we would then grab something like a key on the right side. So the question is, we don't want the first POW interaction to kill the Goomba. So what's going to happen is that I need to spawn the Goomba first, I need to get the bomb in position, then I need to be holding the Goomba when the bomb goes off on top of the POW so it does not get killed. And eventually we'll save the second POW for last, because second POW is going to do the job of getting rid of the second muncher in this stack. First POW is going to do the job of releasing the P-switch just fine. Don't know what the P-switch is going to do for me. No, let's drop this guy. But let's put the Goomba in a safe location, like down here or something, such that we can drop the bomb and then grab the Goomba. And not worry too much about it. Let's let this thing come up. And the conveyor belt is actually going to hold it in position, which is good. I believe it's going to hold it in position. Because then we can grab the bomb. And we can drop the bomb. Oh no, the conveyor belt will not do that job. Grab the Goomba. Goomba lives. Now I don't know what the P-switch is going to do. Whoops, dropped a Goomba. So it doesn't wake up in my arms. Yeah, let's hit the P-switch and see what it does, because I don't actually know what's happening with it. It does lower the blaster and eventually kill the blaster when it expires, which is important because it allows me to get into the middle slot here. The middle slot allows me to hit the jump block. No, hit the question block. Hitting the question block does something, and I don't know what just yet. Game sound did yeet. Yes, it did. It took a long time to do that today, considering how often that issue will happen when I have some heat issues with my computer. So give me just one moment and I will fix it. And yeah, just one moment while I do that repair. Luckily not a music level, but we'll be back in no time at all. Yeah, it's not even the card itself, Electrodude. What it is, like, I've been trying to troubleshoot this for months, because I was having this trouble last year as well, and it is something to do with the sort of interface software between my capture card and OBS, where if I have CPU issues, and a CPU starts to throttle from overheating or something, then the first thing it kills is the sound somewhere in the software layer of that stack. You made this puzzle initially on Maker 1 for the 3DS. You're one of the only people I know who would have had Maker 1 for the 3DS, or at least one of the few who would talk about it. Because I knew very little about the Maker 1 game on the 3DS, just given, you know, the differences in interactivity. I mean, I guess there were a lot of the original Nintendo levels there as well that never made it over anywhere else. Okay, going to hit the P-switch. P-switch is going to drop the blaster. We need to get out of there so we don't get hit by a bomb. Okay, there we go. Let's just get the bomb out of the way. Bomb is actually going to get crushed in that location, which is interesting. If it gets crushed in that location... Yeah, I couldn't post anything. That would be a problem, yes. Okay, well now the Goomba can go down in the central location, but I don't see, first of all, what this thing did. And I also don't see what's going to create something on the bottom track to push the Goomba. Because it does need to be pushed, so it does its wake-up animation to bounce on top of the jump block that is on the bottom right. Yeah, I think Electrodude, a lot of the reasoning behind the 3DS was that 3DS was such a big seller, especially in Japan, that people would just buy stuff. And for a while that logic kind of worked, in terms of the amount of porting that they were doing to the system. Okay, so don't really know what was going on with the question block here. I never actually got to activate the question block. The question block just got crushed. Or blown up with the bomb, and so... I don't know if I actually understood it. Because it looks like I might have to try to get in there and tap the question block, but that's on the assumption I don't destroy it, so... And the problem is I would have to stand in a pretty specific position to prevent bombs from spawning. Okay. That's okay. Not like that, obviously. Okay. Whoops. Yeah. I know that, you know, as a one-screen format has gotten refined, that one thing that has kind of become a principle of it is just to minimize the hidden information in terms of what's going to spawn from blocks and so forth, or anything being loaded from off-screen. But of course, this is like literally a day 1 or week 1 level, so pretty polished by those standards. And still a very good puzzle so far from what was seen from flowing through it. It's just that it seems like I'm missing a critical piece of information, which is how to load something onto that bottom track, like possibly by just deflecting the coin block. Like if I'm tearing the wings off the coin block by hitting it, then yeah, okay, no, I see what's going on. Winged block is going to go up the track at a certain speed. If I hit the block, then the wings come off. If the wings come off, then this block will fly down to the lower track. So I need to not blow that up with a bomb. And yeah, you know, with the caveat of, you know, things like the bomb spawn being in a bit of an awkward location, I really think it holds up pretty well as a puzzle. Okay. Just some execution things to take care of from time to time. Okay, we'll get a bomb, and we need the Goom Rat to not die. Let's just get him out of the way. Spawn a bomb. Okay. Drop this guy. And then we need to let him wake up again, just so we can pop him once more. Stand under here so there's no bomb spawn. Oh, bomb spawn is going to be a problem. Yeah. Yeah, no, actually, no. I want to take advantage of the coins on the left side to make sure the bombs land on the left. That's the way to do it. That if the bombs land on the left side, then I don't have that problem with them breaking the block. That is, I think, kind of a deliberate trap in some ways. Where, yeah, we are discouraged from standing on the right side. Yeah. Okay, no, I understand it now. And that's actually what these left side blocks are for. It's a safe exit zone for the bomb once the P-switch has been activated. So that'll just be something we need to use as a failsafe. Not going to go up there and grab the coins, of course. Given that by the time the P-switch expires, the blaster gets taken out anyway. Anyway, stand to the left. Seriously though, I mean, I guess it must have been just, you know, new player intake that plummeted this down to like a sub 1% clear rate, because it's not that deadly. Unless people are just kind of blindly jumping into the muncher or something. But yeah, there was definitely, I think, an early deflation of clear rates that has begun to even out a bit as the player base has kind of thinned out to more dedicated people. I've noticed all of my clear rates go up, actually, and a lot of my levels were made early on. Okay. Alright. Okay. Just in time. Let's drop this guy again. Get him out of the way. Okay, going to hit the P-switch, and then we're going to stand on the left of the blaster. Just to let all the bombs come out. And then P-switch expires, it's going to take that out. I think maybe there's a risk of accidentally collecting the coin, right? Like, aren't you able to collide with a coin under the blaster? I don't remember. I feel like in some styles that's possible. And yeah, Merlin, thank you for dropping by and hanging out for so long. And hopefully we'll see you for viewer levels this weekend. Okay, we want to bop it in this location so we don't get crushed. Wings come off, and then now it drops. That's right. And it's going to kill the Goomba. Whoops. Shouldn't have dumped it in that location, I guess. Yeah. How carefully planned was that? Okay. Here's the bomb. Number 1. Okay. Safely not killing that Goomba. Whoops. From this guy. Interesting, this conveyor belt here. I actually wonder what that conveyor is supposed to control, if it's not actually doing something to the Goomba while it's in the walking state. Oh no, it's just a POW, yeah. Yeah, I remember now. Okay. Give me a bomb, give me a bomb, give me a bomb. Bomb, 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 there we go. Okay. Alright, there we are. Grab that. In the Maker 1 version, the conveyor held it there so it would get crushed if you left it there, yeah. I didn't really play puzzles very much in Maker 1, so I don't remember how a lot of these concepts were done without scroll lock. I mean, I guess if you just build on one screen, it's only on one screen, okay. And also because there wasn't that obstruction of the multiplayer spawn box in the original. But... okay, so we need to drop this guy while it's in a sleeping state. It's going to wake up on the right side. It's going to probably give me a vine. And then the jump block to the right is probably going to give me a key, just watch. Goomba is of course going to get in the way very inconveniently, but we'll just drop on him. There we go. And yeah, I see what you mean by the overlap difference. That was unexpected. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, no, that guy's just kind of there to scare you. You need to hop back out, come back into the main room, and... no, you can't actually, because if you go through the door a second time, you get blocked by respawned munchers. And I guess you totally just have to... let me think about this. Yeah, no, I just didn't even notice him because of the way that he walks off screen. One thing you can do is just take a Goomba with you. But then... yeah, then you would have this interaction where, for example, you do an up throw with a POW, then you grab the Goomba to save the Goomba. Come through here, use the small Goomba to kill the big Goomba. Okay. That's fine. Just a bit of a wrinkle in the plan, and... you know, I just completely didn't notice. Because, really, why would I be watching the top right corner when I'm spawning in? Except when I'm spawning in, rather. Okay, just gonna wait for wake up before we do anything fancy with the bomb. I feel like I shouldn't drop him in this location. You know, in case of the crushing issue that we saw earlier. Maybe even drop them down here. Because then at least there's much less of a chance of the flying block, the currently flying block, just wrecking him by falling down below. Whoops, no. Wasn't really thinking there. Bit of an ending troll, not really a troll. I mean, you do give me the information up front. It's just that it's a kind of sleight of hand that's difficult to notice. And it does add an interesting wrinkle in some ways. So I don't mind it too much. I didn't know that it was so much a part of Maker 1 meta, but that's the thing about meta, right, is that if you come to it without that context, then that's something that you can't really take into account as a player. I am probably going to finish on this level. Although there are enough other things that are, you know, short and sweet that we'll see how we're doing afterwards. Might end on something simple. But we'll drop this guy. Oh, no, the bomb is going to luckily get out of the way. Yeah, nabuz, I'm sure that if you're in the North American time zones, we may have inadvertently kept you up all day. But let's hit the P. Nope, bombs this way, there we go. Yeah, glad to bring your levels into rotation. I mean, as you saw, there was just so much I had not played. Most of your list, in fact, I had not played, and it was really on the to-do list for the longest time, and it was very difficult to fit it into my playing schedule otherwise, especially because, you know, with makers I kind of trust to make good stuff. I do want to record as much as possible. I don't want to just play everything off stream. And yeah, we'll be featuring a lot of other makers in good time. Still have to do a part 2 of document, I think, just after. Oops, let's do next cycle of the Goomba. After the massive wipeout we had last week where one level stalled me for 2 hours. And yeah, I mean, obviously it's, you know, not as big a thing on the viewer side than some other maker content would be, like viewer levels in terms of bringing in new people, but I feel like this is the kind of maker stream that I wish existed more often in terms of, you know, being able to introduce me to new stuff as a viewer, and also just as a bit of a concept research. Okay, we're going to bop the Goomba. But then I want to not use it to grab the key because I want to survive with it. Whoops. Okay. That's okay. Up throw might actually do it. Sure. Maybe. I feel like I need the Goomba in order to get past the big one. And then, yeah, bump it. Bump it. Oh, nope. Bad idea. 70 seconds to get this thing fixed up. Okay. That's fine, that's fine. We can do it. That was dangerous. There we go. There we go. So now I need to activate the POW in such a way that doesn't kill the Goomba. Way to do it is this. Drop the Goomba. Up throw to POW, grab the Goomba. We're through. Yeah, I was actually wondering about that Electrodude, because look, I have, I think, 2 ideas I'm working on that are both a total mess right now. Like, they need tons of dejanking, and I've kind of wanted to raise that question, and at the same time I've kind of not wanted to raise that question because things are in such a rough state right now. Anyway, hop, flip, and a jump. Thank you for the GG. So yeah, let's finish on something easy, like something that's like a, you know, kind of quick little spectacle. 30%, let's do this. Mario joins the Armio. When under attack, Mario must board another plane and defeat enemy forces. So yeah, we'll just do this as our closer today. And okay. Looks like we're leaving on a jet plane. And yeah, Electrodude, I haven't actually published a level in the longest time either. Okay, type is on the left side. We have to enter in the back. Partly because I'm just in much the same situation. Oh, hey, we actually get to enter this thing, and we'll eventually have some kind of power drop if we... Oh. Nope, that's just going to blow up. It'll be, Why does this remind me of... What was it? The Dark Knight Rises is what it is. Isn't there something similar that happens in that film? I haven't seen it since it was originally in the cinema, so didn't quite remember, but it's vaguely like the opening of The Dark Knight Rises. Okay, let's zap these guys. Like Splatoon. Oh, you mean... Yeah, actually, one of the other streamers I've been following for ages started doing the Salmon Run co-op streams on a weekend, and I keep meaning to join him for that. But, it doesn't look safe to drop down there. I want to take the P-switch with me, and I want to just probably go back somehow. Oh, yeah, red pipe. I see it. I see it. Yeah, there's so many fantastic ideas in Salmon Run that are only in that mode and never made their way to either the single or PvP side of the game. Like, so many great concepts. I spent a lot of time in Professional, actually, back when the game launched, except I kind of reached that point where back in the early days of the game, you would eventually get to see teams that just didn't know what the rules were for, what was it, the golden fish in particular. Like, that tended to be a massive problem. And knowing how to camp the UFO invasion and all that. Actually, the mothership invasion, not too big an issue, but the golden hunt was something that was kind of a run killer every time I was in Professional. Yeah, UFO is a joke and people just know what they're doing and are on the ball. Which at launch was not the case, but that got settled out quickly. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about, the Goldie one. So, anyway, we joined the army, and that's a good way to finish, I guess, with an active conscription. So once again, thank you, nabuz, for joining us on zero notice as our special guest for the evening, and for kind of telling me about True Ending and a number of the designs, which I'm glad we saw. And yeah, I don't know if you're in our server Discord. It's fairly quiet, but I do put some scheduling information in there. And we've been doing regular puzzle streams as well, most weeks, usually on the Monday PM to Tuesday AM session, but that comes and goes. And so if we have some additional puzzles, one screens, etc. to get through, we might rotate them in as well. But we've been doing a vast variety of makers lately, and some of those puzzles have been hard. So, yeah, thank you for joining me, Electro Dude as well. Thank you for hanging out, and at some point we should get some kind of Splatoon squad together. But we'll see. We'll have to discuss. I'm glad Salmon Run is something that's still going pretty strong. And yeah, okay, so you have lurked into puzzle streams and saw me stare at some of Bird Dog stuff recently. Sometimes for an hour on end. So that's going to be pretty much it for this stream. We have enough people here that I will search for some kind of maker raid very briefly. Suggestions are welcome, of course, but I will take a look briefly to see who's on in case we have somebody interesting who will receive us. So give me just one moment. And yeah, we'll definitely try to get something together before Splatoon 3. So in the meantime, thank you for joining me for this program. We'll have lots more stuff coming, but viewer levels the next 2 days if we kind of keep to the schedule that has become our new regular schedule. And in the meantime, thanks for watching. We'll bring in some interesting things. I'll try to actually remember to step into the maker mode and clean up some of my messes every now and then. And we'll send you on to somebody interesting. So hang on tight, even if you are heading off to sleep or do homework or anything else. And you have a good night, or good morning, or even good afternoon soon enough. And fare thee well.